Off today, we'll hear from the team and get our first injury reports tomorrow as they get ready to travel to Charlotte to take on the Carolina Panthers. If you did, though, miss the news late yesterday, the team did open up the 21-day practice window for rookie corner Maxwell Hairston. Hairston has been out since the early days of camp after picking up an LCL sprain. Some other notes in the NFL. The Eagles did officially get some pass rush reinforcements. The team officially announced Brandon Graham is coming out of retirement and signing with the team. And the Vikings, again, are going to be riding with Carson Wentz at quarterback as they will be taking on the Chargers this week for Thursday Night Football. For the Sabres, they dropped one last night to Montreal. They're next, though, in action. Very quick turnaround tomorrow night at home against Detroit. For more, though, on yesterday, Paul Hamilton does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. And a much more busy night tonight around the league. 10 games in total. And then some notable action. The Penguins host the Canucks, and the Devils, they are in Toronto versus the Maple Leafs. Both those games are at 7. At 7:30, the Bruins host the Florida Panthers. Tonight is the return of Brad Marchand to Boston, the team he played for from 2009 till being traded to Florida in the middle of last season. And then just one game at 10, the Mammoth do host the Colorado Avalanche. In baseball, we have our World Series matchup. It is the Dodgers versus the Blue Jays. Game 1 being a Friday in Toronto at 8 p.m. And the NBA gets underway tonight, though. Just 2 games on the docket. The Thunder hosting the Rocket at 7:30. And then at 10, the Warriors are in Los Angeles to take on the Lakers. And Sports Talk on WGR is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday all season long and visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Mike Schopp.
Hey, put a little. I never get this line out the first time. It's not even good. Hey, put a little bit more in there, cowboy.
And the Bulldog.
What's your degree in?
Kicking ass and taking names.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Not like it's a famous line, but I mean, you just never see that movie anymore. American Beauty, because it has the problem of having Kevin Spacey in it.
Yeah.
So, Best Picture, I think it's a great movie, and that's why I memorize, just throwaway lines like that, even though it doesn't sound like I had it memorized because I couldn't say it. But, you never see it anymore. So, anyway, on that happy note, did not need to stay up until 2:20.
But you did anyway, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
I could really use another hour.
See, that's
today.
I'm starting to feel like it's there was no gambling or fantasy stuff. I was too far behind in fantasy for any of last night's outcomes to, make a difference for me. I think it's kind of a superpower. If you can watch something as dramatic as the Blue Jays and the Mariners right to the end and even stick around for an on-field interview or two and then just turn that off and be asleep in minutes.
I know.
That is a superpower, and I don't always achieve it. So it's not something you can count on. But last night it worked perfectly. No dozing off. I was a little tired downstairs. I tried to stay up as long as I could. Sabre game starting at 7:30 aided that. I'm downstairs till almost after 10 o'clock. Trying to hang in there, but I was dozing off on the couch. I'm like, that's it, I'm going upstairs. But once I got upstairs, all the drama in the bottom of the 7th happened, and now, 6 outs away, I got to stay up for. I got to do this.
And somehow the allure of Texans Seahawks didn't suck you in.
No,
from the second quarter of that game.
It did not.
Not only did I feel like I had to watch that game, which is terrible and totally not real. I mean, I didn't really have to.
Right.
But not only did I spent most of the rest of the game almost hate watching it because I was staying awake for it, and it wasn't really interesting. Mm-hmm. And every time I looked at the game clock, it was like, it's really still it's midnight and I've got 7 minutes left in the third or whatever. Like, it felt like the game took forever.
I am living proof that you did not need to watch that game.
I didn't. You didn't watch it, and I did.
Yeah, I also learned, I mean, not that this is that surprising, and many of you, and I think including yourself, are probably much more adept at handling the remote and getting in and out of things. Me trying to really watch two things I care about, that's max. Like I guess the football game, the early football game yesterday would be something I would say I barely cared about.
It was third.
It's teams in the league that whatever. I like to have all the information I can, so I try to watch as much as I can. But Sabres game, baseball game, flipping back and forth between the multi-screen option on Fubo. There is a way you can do that with 3 or even 4 screens. I've never done it because I just know I'll never get to more than one thing. Sure, it does happen that commercials are coinciding on both telecasts at the same time.
Yeah, sometimes you even see like different drugs being advertised at the same time.
In the same commercial break. Yeah.
60-second spots where 40 seconds of it is why you shouldn't take it.
Yeah.
Because you could die.
But 2 is I was very comfortable flipping in and out during commercial breaks in the hockey game, back to the baseball game, intermissions, just keeping track. Okay, I'm good here. I mean, I didn't see every run scored or anything when Seattle built their lead, but the football game was just not even an option to me.
I shouldn't say it, but I did watch the Sabres. The Sabres were on first, or the Lions were on first, but I did watch some of the Sabres. I was interested. And Bulldog, I just could not be more bored. I could not have been more bored watching that game. It's a combination of that it's so early in the season, and they'd won a couple, but I mean, I tried. And Montreal was like the old Devils, where they're not even on the screen. Like in the first period of this game, they get the lead, and the Sabres defensemen are just standing there at the dot in their own end, and like literally just standing still, I guess trying to figure out what to do. And usually they just tried to advance the puck and would lose it. Mm-hmm. And the whole first period was the Canadians dancing on them, just taking advantage of the Sabres being unaware or just incapable of advancing the puck. And
it did get better as the game went on, but it was a tough watch early. I just totally agree.
I was asking myself all the questions. Like, I got a long night ahead of me, and I want to see the football, and I'm very interested in the baseball game. And I just didn't like the feeling of watching the hockey game. Like, this is just not interesting. And, everybody's different. But just like, didn't you see the same thing in the hockey game? Like, it's Power or it's Darlene. It's Byram all the time, just kind of standing there. And no one else is even on the screen except maybe the goalie. And just like, where do the Canadians go? Like, well, they're probably all at their own blue line or something.
Neutral zone, hanging out, waiting for you to give them the puck.
Is that everybody now, or is that just like Montreal? Is that everybody now?
I don't know.
Oof.
I mean, I thought you said they would alternatingly dance. There were some pockets in that first period where they were just all over the place. Like, if you are not been paying attention, I did think of you because I mentioned how much I like some of the young talent there, and I'm pretty high on Montreal. And there were a couple of shifts during that first period. I thought, like, is Mike watching? Does he know what I'm talking about now? Is he seeing this Hudson all over the place and Demidoff and these guys are just like it's on a string for a little while? Didn't generate a ton of not much scoring, but it was still.
No, but that's to be expected, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, interesting night, long night, with some, with the Toronto win, really incredible stuff there. So the World Series is set, also set as we embark on the reverse AFC Power Rankings powered by Empire Electric. Your residential neighborhood electrician, visit empireelectricians.com. I mean, it was clumsy, but I guess I'll say by set, I mean that we've got the numbers have all been written down and the dates on a clean sheet here. October 21st, 2025. Think as we run these teams down, how many of them you might say are really down bad at quarterback? I was thinking about that this morning. There's the Jets news. They're going to Tyrod Taylor reportedly. And I'm thinking, like, last year, a point that I would think about and talk about a lot was when you have, the draft coming up, not that many teams were really necessarily in the market for a franchise guy. You had lots of rookies from the last 2 years that are either already prospering like Daniels was, or they're still like Caleb Williams or May, like we're not done with this yet. And, very few teams, I think, were really looking. Now, I think that might be quite different a year later. So anyway, keep that in mind here as we go today. 16. Titans.
I want to go the Jets.
Yeah, I'm offended. I'm glad I left room for you to say Titans. Jets.
Really?
Really? Yeah, really. Just because the owner talked today, more than anything else.
That's never good.
No.
That was the thing that did
That
it for
is
me.
never good.
Well, when Tennessee fired its coach, the owner didn't show up. That's better, maybe sometimes.
Maybe is better than having the owner talk.
We've had plenty of that over the years,
Yes,
right?
we have.
We're pretty much, we want to know what you're thinking, but we really don't want to hear you talk.
We're terrified of you talking,
What
but
are you
yet
gonna
we
say?
desire it because, we want to hear from ownership. We want people to be held accountable.
This is every Bills owner ever, I'm thinking, by my count.
Yes. All two of them.
All right, well,
Yeah.
the Jets then. 2-1 Jets. Their first win. So this is a team that's down bad at quarterback.
Yeah.
They're going to play the season with Tyrod Taylor? It's that bad.
I guess that's what they're going to do.
Okay. Well, they'll probably win 4 games. And they'll hate themselves.
It is sort of hilarious to me that while the owner today is talking about how the guy they chose, the guy their new coach chose to be their quarterback, can't complete a pass. The guy they had last year is playing like they would have hoped he would have played for them the last 2 years at Rodgers. And, that's a decision that was made. Ownership, right? I mean, it just seemed like Aaron Glenn couldn't wait to embarrass Aaron Rodgers. I got no love lost for Aaron Rodgers, but the Jets just flailing around on the ground like a toddler who can't get what they want at quarterback, while Rodgers is, whatever. He's having a decent enough year. I mean, they're live. Pittsburgh is it's just very Jets.
All right, so that's one, or 16 in the rankings, but one team that's in a bad spot at quarterback.
Right.
Tennessee at 15?
I'm fine putting Tennessee at 15.
This is another. And I might suggest worse, because Cam Ward is the first overall pick. This is reminiscent of Fields, who wasn't the 101, but the Bears got to the 101 with Carolina's pick, and they had the choice, and they moved on from Fields. So it's a little bit the same. Does Tennessee not go into the quarterback market? Maybe that depends on the second half a little bit, but right now, doesn't look great.
It doesn't look great. I would expect that they would want to give him. Well, I mean, there's a lot. There's 10 games left. But boy, could he be one and done there? I don't know. I would sooner expect that. It doesn't have to mean this is going to work, but I don't think they'll go looking. I think they'll hire a coach to come in and work. Look, this guy's going to do for Cam Ward what Ben Johnson did for Caleb Williams.
You might bet that Cam Ward starts week 1 next year?
Yes. Heavily.
Heavily?
Yes.
Odds? 2-1? Would you bet 2-1 that he does? I'd take that.
I don't know that I don't know that I'm comfortable giving odds.
Okay. I'm not sure I want to bet it straight up either, so it remains
maybe this is a good
off screen.
This is a good negotiation then.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, got to think. I should think about what's the market next year? There will. I mean, we're at 2 already, and we've named 2 teams. 14, Miami.
Believe we're now at 3 teams.
That's another one.
I really think they will bite off the Tua dead money. I think they're going to do it.
They'll have a different week 1 starter.
They'll have a different week 1 starter. They're going to have a new GM and a new coach. The whole thing is going to sweep clean, and they're not going to force that person to deal with the logistics, the emotional baggage of trying to prop Tua up for a year so we can see if he's salvageable and then realize you just set everything. No, clean slate, let's go.
Especially because McDaniel was brought in to do that. He
Right.
takes over for Flores. He's not getting a third coach.
Yeah. So I think that they'll find their way to that. It's going to hurt, but I think they'll do it.
13. Vegas.
I think Vegas is worse than Cleveland. Yes.
Okay. Next year's week 1 starter. Probably not Geno Smith. I don't know his contract. But, he could come out anytime.
Yeah.
12.
I'll go Cleveland next.
Okay.
They are
5 for 5.
They've got 2 rookies.
Yeah, but if they get a top 5 pick, it's a quarterback.
I think so, yes.
If they don't get a top 5 pick, it's maybe because Gabriel was good enough, but that's not. There's just what are you doing with your time if you're an AFC team or even an NFC team, I guess, but without at least taking a crack at the elite quarterback? You're just sort of sitting there. You're meaningless. And Dylan Gabriel is just never going to beat the likes of Allen, in a big spot. He's just never going to do it. So why bother? I mean, you got to have somebody. It's not like you can just take somebody anytime you want. Right. But all these teams should be ready. Easy to say it. All these teams should be ready to go into the draft next year or do something else that has credibility, because there's just no point.
Well, you said 5 for 5, and I'm objecting on Tennessee. I think Tennessee will stay the course with Cam Ward.
Okay.
They don't have to be right about that. I'll probably die hard because 2 weeks ago I was talking them up. But I still think there's a good player in there, and I think they will see that through. So hopefully, that's not to say that they're all set, but I don't think there is. I don't predict they'll be in the market like these other 4 teams.
It would be harder to be because of what they've just spent on him.
Right.
Hopefully, for his sake, there's enough to work with that it doesn't just that he's not trapped. I mean, he has to have help.
Yeah.
11.
Jacksonville.
I'm fine with that. 6 for 6 or 5 for 6. I mean, really?
They're stuck.
How's that going?
Right.
I mean, this is my point. There are a lot of teams, I think, as we come up on the halfway point of the year, that probably all their talk shows are probably talking about who their quarterback is going to be next year, because it's going to be someone else. And how do you navigate that? Not everybody's going to be done with Lawrence, but
right.
More than ever, more people than ever, I think. I mean, he's got talent around him.
Yeah.
And they're terrible.
And the coach that's supposed to fix it.
That's right. 10.
Yeah, that'll stick to him this time around, I would think. It already is. It already was before this guy came in, and now it's just going to be worse for him, Lawrence.
I'll go Bengals here.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for coming, Joe Flacco.
They have their 2026 starter, the Bengals.
Joe Burrow, I think, will probably be their quarterback next year.
There's the first one on this list. We're almost halfway through the conference that we know that they're
right
going to be all set if he's healthy. 9.
Houston.
Okay. How's that going?
Not real good.
Nope. 20-some games since Stroud was everybody's darling, offensive rookie of the year. It's not impressive at all. It's not impressive at all. I did stay up for that. Collins got hurt, but it didn't even matter. They don't really go to him. Wouldn't that be the thing we'd complain about the most if we're Houston?
Who us?
What's
No.
the point of Nico Collins?
We'd be very patient, I'm sure, with all that.
Were you were not there for this game?
No.
They're using Woody Marks over Chubb mostly as their running back, and he's small. But okay, I was kind of excited about that. He's one of these rookies that I draft a lot of and wanted to see it. But they went 4 or 5 times when they needed 1 yard, and it was all just the same play call, and he never got it. 3rd down and 1, 4th down and 1. Woody Marks into the line both times, turnover on downs, at the goal line. Just couldn't do it. They couldn't get 1 yard.
He scored late, though.
He did score late on a pass where it was just a sort of a fire drill play, and he made a nice catch on that. if he caught it. 8. Chargers.
Yeah, sure. That works.
The bloom is off that rose for this year so far. 7. Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
Do they have their 2026 Week 1 starter?
I don't think so.
You don't.
Rodgers seemed to hint that he was done after this year.
Maybe, okay.
It's not a good quarterback class coming in either. There's way too many teams.
It's not going to be a good class. Wasn't the story last year that 26 was going to be good, but it's just not going well
all
so far
all
this
the
year?
guys that had hype are bad.
Yeah.
All of them.
Even the Oregon guy?
Dante Moore, he might not come out, though.
Oh.
Whoops.
Too bad for these teams then. Right?
It's all coming up. Fernando Mendoza out of Indiana.
6.
I like the Florida State guy, but I don't know that I'd want him quarterbacking my team.
He's 5'9".
I like him playing college football. I don't know about playing in the NFL.
I like the Alabama guy.
Castellanos, I think.
Castellanos, yep, and then Ty Simpson for Alabama.
Yeah.
6.
Ravens. Okay. I forgot about them. This is a thing where, I have the standings here, and once we get past the midway point,
Same thing.
I sort of forget about a team that's 1-5 and down there in hang on, let me look at 13th place in the conference.
Yep.
Hey, is that a real story that's making the rounds on the social medias today about them taking all the comfort, the ping pong table and video game stuff out of the?
Oh yeah. There was a piece by the Baltimore Sun yesterday, too, talking about
your quarterback.
They don't like Monken, Zach Moore.
Everybody's hurt, including your MVP quarterback. You're going to take now's the time to punish people.
Yeah, 2K's getting in the way.
What are we doing?
Ping pong tournaments, they're not doing good for the team morale.
Maybe the worst timed removal of, recreational activity devices within a locker room ever.
Time to get serious.
Yeah, right.
5.
I'll say Denver.
Yeah. I mean, they were so close to a terrible loss. 4.
Bills.
New England.
Oh, all right.
Buffalo.
We're saying that we think the Patriots are better than the Bills? Is that what we're saying? Is that what this is? Not just better record?
I think for right now, yes.
Right now, yes. That's how I feel.
All right, well, I guess it's reasonable. They did beat them. 3.
Well,
New England.
Yes, New England.
Stop.
That's enough out of you, New England. Go sit down.
This is the first time probably New England's been lower than the Bills in the reverse AFC power rankings, probably ever.
I think that's probably right.
Last week it was 4-3 reversed. New England wins a game in Tennessee, and they move below the Bills in the ranking, which is good, by the way, if you're not following. 2, Colts.
I'll say Colts.
1, Chiefs. There it is. We hit the post.
The Chiefs, who are not even in a playoff spot right at the moment.
They're not?
They are 8th on tiebreakers in the conference.
And the season.
Right. Are the top team in the reverse
Is there
AFC
any
power rankings.
the owners are all together? Is there any call for that? Ending the season now? I mean, you'd sacrifice a lot of revenue, but you'd get Kansas City out. Couldn't they sort of vote on that? And maybe that would pass?
I love sort of vote on that.
Couldn't the Bills raise a motion to end the season? Would you take the season ending right now? Let's look at the playoff.
The Bills
picture
would be
as we go.
at Pittsburgh in week 1.
Okay.
In the wild card round.
Would they be favored?
Yes. I think so.
I do too. Less than 3. But I think they would be favored in that game. Maybe we should want that. Reverse power rankings on WGR, powered by Empire Electric. Your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. We'll get to know the Carolina Panthers a little better with our guest Steve Reed coming up at 4. Trista returns today. Trista Crick, with it being the start of the NBA season. I'm like, Trista, are you going to be too busy today? Is this the wrong day to ask you? She's like, no, I'm in. So that'll be at 6. And we'll find out from her what she likes in the way of NBA futures bets and whatever else. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Are the Patriots better than the Bills? We had a question on Friday, but we didn't get far with it, or Thursday or Friday, because we had guests and other things. But how you feel about the Bills' chances now versus before the season? About now versus Friday, even.
Sure, we got more information on all their weekend games happened.
Lines are open for your calls. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Thanks for joining us. This is WGR.
And I've said for years, Ogunjobi is one of the most underrated defensive linemen in the NFL. I mean, he was a real nightmare to play against. He's a good football player. So to have a guy like that back in there, it does interject something into a defensive line that is, I think, playing very well. It's on the cusp of really playing great. And then you add these two pieces. It gives you an opportunity to mix and match. It interjects a little more energy into the rotation, a little more juice in practice. Yeah, you get new faces. It breaks up the monotony, of course, just from the outside looking in, but also you get just really good football players.
Former Bills center Mitch Morse, Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi on their way back. Should see them Sunday, I would think.
I would expect that they'll be ready to go.
Max Hairston, probably not, but we have 3 weeks to get him right. Nothing on Bass. That might just not change. I don't know.
Yeah.
Only Hairston of the guys on that designated to return IR. Tomorrow's the news day. The Bills are off one more day here before they get to work tomorrow. They play 1 o'clock Sunday in Carolina. The Patriots play 1 o'clock Sunday at home against Cleveland. They've been on the road 3 straight weeks. They won them all. Who's the better team? Even wide receiver, I think, is kind of fun and interesting to compare. Because we're always, of course, harping on the Bills, what they lack at wide receiver. It's not like the Patriots are deep. They have Diggs.
They have Diggs, who've really showed out here, obviously. I don't think that that's proof that he's like a number one again or anything.
He had a good game Sunday.
But he might be their best option in their passing game right now. But I don't, so he might be their number one, but he's not on the level he was, before he left here.
Would you not say, though, that he's probably the best of both teams' receivers?
Yeah, I would say that.
And then with Diggs, they have Kayshon Boutte, who made a nice catch in the game, I think a touchdown catch in Nashville on a longer one. And you have Pop Douglas, who the Bills have guys like Pop Douglas, He's maybe poor man Shakir, or maybe he's even Shakir.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just underneath, smaller, but pretty good. They have Hunter Henry. It's not that different. They're okay. They're not bereft. And the Bills are not bereft. They're just not
right. They're just not great. They're just not great.
They're just not great.
Yeah. I mean, what is? I'm going to struggle with Douglas and Shakir here. Like, has Douglas caught 70 passes in his career ever?
No.
I mean, he might have the talent to do it, but he has not done anything really in the league. I think he's made a few plays and flashed, and people go, maybe he should be more prominent or something, but it never happens.
Last year he caught 66.
All right.
And, they haven't had Josh Allen exactly.
It's really tough to think about the Bills' receivers in this context because I think a lot of the New England Diggs changes the equation a lot. Like if the fact that he's playing even at the level he's playing at, forget about whether he's a bona fide number one guy. I mean, there's just guys in the league now that are just way past what he's capable of now. But is he better than anyone on my team? Like, could he, if he were used the way Shakir is, give you what Shakir's giving you, and then some? Maybe, yeah, probably. So, yeah, I think he is better than anybody on our team. And when you line up the squads and start ticking the names off, I thought the Patriots were kind of a joke at the skill positions going into the year. And if it's comparable objectively to the Bills, man, that's a problem.
Well,
to be a Super Bowl contending level team and have skill position players that are on that level is tough.
I think you could really say it. I mean, we know what Diggs is, and he's not in his prime anymore, but we saw here what he is, and that's still pretty good. It's funny, like Hollins was here. We know what that is. Hollins has 11 catches in 5 games for New England. I'm not sure if he's playing more special teams or how they're using him exactly. Henry is a nice pass-catching tight end, and the Bills think they have that in Kincaid. Henry's had a longer career. Boutte kind of is a flashy option. He ran into trouble off the field coming out of LSU, but his talent really hasn't been questioned. It's not like he's elite, but he can play. And then you have Douglas, who we've talked about, and they have a rookie, Kyle Williams, who hasn't really gotten involved yet.
Right.
At running back, I mean, we saw Stevenson score twice against the Bills. He's fumbled a lot. They have not gotten off Henderson yet. And that's a second-round pick. And that's interesting. And it's frustrating for fantasy because you see a guy picked like that had his college profile, you kind of think, well, they have to play him. But guess what?
They'll be eager to get him in. Yeah, it's like Stevenson is Saquon Barkley or something standing in the way.
Right. And Henderson hasn't done anything when he's played. Like he hasn't pushed the door through, or anything like that. But he's waiting. He's somebody that they can probably expect to help them as they go here. Yeah, I think it's comparable. It's easy to say that, and I'm sure I've said it too about New England, but you don't have, they have not had the quarterback. They've not had a scene where you're going to get the best out of those guys. And, they also had Juju and Kendrick Bourne, guys who were more like the journeyman types. And that's not the situation now. So I think it's promising. I was the one here, I think, who said the Bills, I would have ranked the Bills as the better team over the Patriots in the power rankings. And I think that that's right. But, we have the questions that we go over every day with the Bills. Receiver being one, the quality of the defense. It's a big week for them. They're all big.
Yeah.
But what do you really expect here? They're going to go to Carolina and do what? You need them to look superior to Carolina.
Yes.
And if they don't, this could be one of those weeks where you wouldn't answer yes necessarily to, is there a winning score you would not be impressed by? I'm sorry how convoluted that sentence became. But every week I ask you, the Bills are these big favorites, Miami, New Orleans, New England. Could they win a game so close that you'd be disappointed? And you said no every time. I just want the wins. Is this game an exception to that?
Boy, I sort of want to do the thing Josh Allen did with that interview we talked about with Marty Smith before the Monday night game last week. I want to take my time with the question because I know how I want to answer. How I want to answer is go win 3-2. I don't care.
3-2.
Just get me wins on the board. What matters is what kind of shape you're in come January. What kind of form? Are you at the peak of your powers? Are you healthy, etc. The season tests you. It certainly tests the teams and the players and the coaches and all that, but as fans, it's a test. And right now, I guess I'd be failing the test that I'm administering because I feel like I need 30-10 on Sunday. I just need it to look like, yes, I am kind of, New England did not have Tennessee by the forehead like big brother on little brother all day on Sunday. But in the end, they ended up 31-13. I think I need that. Even if it's a 4-point game in the third quarter. Just give me a game where you're just better, and even if it takes you pulling away late, I just need you to look like the better team all day.
You need to cover. The Bills have not covered since week 2. Double digits, right? A 10-point win would probably be good enough for you.
Sure. I did say 30-10, though. So, I guess I want more.
You did. Bulldog will be laddering this game. If you go as far as to expect this to happen, then you want to find those, alt lines, Bulldog.
Oh,
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Suddenly I'm Mr. Vegas.
I've dabbled a little. I've done some dabbling. The alternate lines.
You know your way around those.
Yeah.
Those apps.
Yeah.
Or at least one of them.
Not that familiar with this laddering phrasing though. I don't know the link. I don't listen. I'm not a regular bet sweats.
Bills are -8. So you take them -8, then you take them -12, then you take them -14, then you take them -20, however hard you want to go with that.
Climbing the ladder of the spread. Yeah,
right.
Gotcha.
Steve is next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Big fan of the show.
Thank you. Appreciate you calling.
Yeah, no problem. Just got a quick question. Familiarity, I feel like Buffalo Bills have they just need it really bad. Do you think if you elevate Gabe Davis, does that allow this team to create some momentum early on in the game? Because a lot of what I'm seeing is just when Josh is in trouble, no one's feeling the pressure. No one's sensing is what's happening on offense, and everyone's complaining about James Cook not getting the ball. Well, I feel like once injuries hit, you have to lean on familiarity. Am I right?
I don't know. I think the first thing here is that I haven't heard that he's healthy yet. Isn't Davis on a special list?
He's on the practice squad injured. Yeah.
We've talked about the trade deadline and receiver pretty much like it's the law every day. We have to talk about it at least once. And Davis is kind of a way you could middle that because he's around. Like you're not trading a day 2 draft pick for him if he's still in Jacksonville or something, probably. You shouldn't have to do that. But he's around and he's different. So we want to inject something else into receiver. We've got a guy that we know. Otherwise, I don't think it really matters sort of what happened in the past.
I think if he can eventually prove to be healthy enough to move around some reasonable facsimile of how he was moving around when he last was here. It's not been that long, right? This would be his second season away from Buffalo, right? I think I think he will play. Regardless of whether they make a move or not, I think he will play at the position. I mean, like if they trade for someone else, I think at some point he will get a uniform on a game day. And maybe that ends up being at Coleman's expense. Like I think the first step to them replacing Coleman, if they're even going to get there, and I'm sure they would be loath to do it. It's probably, along with Bean's dug-in posture publicly about the position and adding talent at it, I think it's tied to the same premise. They've got a lot invested in Coleman. That was their choice. That was their choice after they bailed out on the 28th pick and let Kansas City get their hands on Xavier Worthy, and other receivers went off the board, and they chose Coleman, and he's a ghost. And if they make a trade, it's to get someone on the field in that spot, I think is what a trade is. And that's why it's hard maybe to foresee a trade. If they don't make a trade because of that, I think eventually the frustration will grow. If Coleman doesn't show up in some prominent way between now and, I don't know, before Thanksgiving, I think Gabe Davis gets on the field in that spot.
Be kind of cool if they had Davis for Kansas City next week with his history, at least in one game against the Chiefs. So you want to replace Coleman with the guy he replaced,
right?
In the first place, Davis, or you might be open to it. Yeah, interesting. Thanks, Steve. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. We'll take a break. Steve Reed on the Panthers at 4 here on WGR.
Folks, Bulldog here, letting you know that it's NBA.
I'm in the middle of a couple different text conversations about World Series tickets, and I know that I'm just not. I know that I'm just not going to buy a World Series ticket, but it's very tempting. I know that it's not even like I'm thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it. I'm just talking about it. I'm the couple in Glengarry, Glen Ross. They just like talking to salespeople. They're not going to buy your property. Premier Properties, by the way. They're not interested. They're just bored. They're fantasizing. They're not gonna sign on the line which is dotted.
Have you looked at the get-in price?
I'm having conversations.
Yeah.
One friend can get tickets through the Yankees, which that's kind of rich, and because it's like team affiliated, it's not as expensive as what the secondary market might be. But he's like, but you can't sell them because I'll be
right.
My connection with the Yankees will be canceled.
You're committed to going to the game if you're getting this ticket from me,
or selling them to a friend maybe, but just not online.
Right.
But whatever. Again, I'm not going. But I'm talking about it with friends. Family in Toronto. Hey, you think you might get to a game? He's like, no chance. He's like, it's so hot here that my friend in L.A., I think, is going to fly to – well, it's so hot there, too. My friend in L.A. thinks he has a better chance of getting into Rogers Center for a World Series game than Dodger Stadium. So, I mean, I wasn't even thinking about going to L.A. for this thing. Actually.
No, that seems like a above and beyond. It's not a 90-minute drive.
Is there still a chance these games could get moved to Buffalo? That's happened before with the Blue Jays. There's no chance of that. Is there? Can you imagine?
I think everything's pretty well on track for the games to be played there. Yeah. So
I would like to check that box in my lifetime, though, a World Series game.
I woke up to I haven't seen my son, my older son. The younger one was around the house today before I came to work. But I've not seen Owen all day. But when I woke up this morning, there was a very early text from him that I'm guessing was just a mistake. Maybe he meant to text one of the – I don't know. But it just said World Series game was the text. And it did get me thinking, like, is he asking if we should try to get tickets? Is he asking me if I'm interested in going to a game? For a variety of reasons, I'm not. Mostly financial. I think I would. I haven't been to Toronto in a while. I would love it. Be great. But I don't want to spend the money when I can just sit home and watch it. If I want to, it's not.
It's too much.
It's just too much. And I don't even know what the cost is. But I'm assuming it'd be $500 easy
minimum
for the two of us to get in the door there.
Each.
Okay, each. Yeah, forget it. Like, no. I'm just not ready to do that.
It goes way higher.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Asking prices at least go way higher.
Yeah.
The Bills have got to be hooked up there, right? I mean, the Toronto guys own the Bills now. There's got to be some. I mean, maybe not players, depending on what day of the week.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Like this Friday night, you're not going to see Josh Allen at the World Series, right?
I don't know.
They fly Saturday?
Yeah, probably not.
Could you? Maybe you could.
You could helicopter.
Oh, you could get there and back.
Sure. Yeah.
It would just be the optics.
Right. So, no, I think you won't see Bills players at this game Friday night.
Over under. I wonder how over is it over under 1/2 Bills player? I mean, we're talking about Davis. Like he's gonna be like, I might as well go.
Right? Is he
if he's interested?
Practice squad injured list. Does that count as a Bills player going to the World Series?
Do they all have Vince Carter's personal information or Josie Altidor's? Like, shouldn't it be? Couldn't be too hard. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just know that I'm not going.
Even though you're entertaining the idea of going.
I was asked if I had interest, and I knew I didn't.
But you wanted to.
But I said yes. Yes, I may have interest.
You need to make some better choices, I think, is what you need to do.
Get just deliberately jerking my friends around.
Get it together over there.
Yep. They just like talking to salespeople. Bruce and Harriet Nyborg.
At least
I'm Bruce Nyborg.
At least I know. I don't even know if I was being asked about going, but I ruled it out already. Like I looked at a text that said World Series game. That's it. That I think was mistakenly sent to me and went, nope. I haven't even been asked, really, but I'm already. No, I'm not gonna not do that.
You're not even Bruce Nyborg.
No,
You're just slamming the door on the salesperson's
I don't want
face.
the conversation.
No, you're hanging up.
I'm not that lonely. Whatever. I'm just not.
You're hanging up.
Yes, I'm out.
I'm listening. I want to see the brochure. I want to see those condos out in the desert. And then waste your time for 45 minutes. Anyway.
Well,
cool.
What a great scene last night.
Yes.
I mean, just just tremendous scene to have it go down the way it went down. And the guy, I mean, Springer, you tell me, like it's not been a bust or anything, but they've not done anything really significant since he got there.
He had a big year.
Finally, right.
His year was vital to their season,
right?
I think,
and that hadn't really been lining up. Like I feel like he was maybe viewed more as a miss than a hit.
Yeah.
Since he got there, and to have him come through like that with the questions about is he got hit right on the knee in Game 5 and everything, just really really great. What a great baseball just delivers moments, just so great.
5th year in Toronto already, and his best. His first year was his second best, and then it really fell off. So, yeah, I don't know it like I used to know it, but I want to say that was a big surprise that he played a full season and hit as well as he did. All right, Carolina Panthers, Week 8. Steve Reed will join us to discuss the Bills' next opponent. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR.
off today. They'll get back to work tomorrow, and tomorrow afternoon is when we'll get our first injury report and other notes for the Bills as they come back from the bye and get ready to travel to Charlotte to take on the Carolina Panthers this Sunday at 1 p.m. If you did miss the big news from yesterday for the Bills, the team did open up the 21-day practice window for rookie corner Maxwell Hairston. Hairston has been out since the early days of camp after picking up an LCL sprain. And then some other notes around the NFL. The Eagles do officially get some pass rush reinforcements. Brandon Graham officially coming out of retirement and signing with Philadelphia. And the Vikings are going to stay going with Carson Wentz at quarterback. Head coach Kevin O'Connell confirmed that earlier today. They do take on the Chargers this week for Thursday night football. For the Sabres, they dropped one last night to Montreal. The next, though, back in action very quick tomorrow at home against Detroit. But for more on yesterday, Paul Hamilton does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. We do have a little bit more action tonight compared to last night. 10 games in total. Some of the notable ones, Penguins hosting the Canucks, and the Devils are in Toronto versus the Maple Leafs. Both those games get going just after 7. At 7:30, Bruins host the Florida Panthers. And for tonight, it is Brad Marchand's return to Boston, the team he played for from 2009 till being traded to Florida in the middle of last season. And then just one game at 10, the Mammoth hosts the Colorado Avalanche. And then the NBA gets underway this evening. Just 2 games, though. Thunder hosting the Rockets at 7:30. Then at 10, the Warriors. They're in L.A. versus the Lakers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
You might be mocking me or you might be staunchly agreeing with me. I can't tell.
I'm mocking you.
And the Bulldog
What is Fozzie Bear's role in this production?
on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Do you notice that your email, does this do this for you? Will ask you if you want the message translated to Polish? Does yours do that?
I've not noticed that.
I just sent an email and I just noticed, I've seen it many times, maybe every time. Like at the end of it, it has like an option, sort of right click for Polish.
No other language, just Polish?
Polish, yeah.
I would understand if my phone were doing that to me.
Could it have something to do? The person I just
It
emailed.
recognizes that I'm Polish, but I don't know.
The person I just emailed has a Polish name. I wonder if it has something to do with that. Because nothing about the message would suggest that I needed it translated into Polish.
But you've seen this before.
I have.
Okay. So it's probably not just because this person has a Polish name.
No, I've probably written people that don't have Polish names. But I haven't really focused on this before. I'm just bringing it up to see if you have any knowledge.
I've not noticed this.
With us now is Steve Reed, AP reporter in Charlotte, the Bills and the Panthers Sunday at 1. Rare meeting between these two teams. Every 4 years they get around to hanging out together. Steve, thanks for your time today.
Absolutely, guys.
So I guess this is really, to me, it's maybe 2 questions, but just to get us started here, how good are the Panthers, and is the answer different if Andy Dalton is playing?
I thought you were going to ask me how bad are the Bills going to beat the Panthers, because that might be the more pertinent question.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, I mean, Andy Dalton is going to start for the Panthers. I'm almost, it's the Panthers are trying to play coy with it, but Bryce Young's not going to play this week. It's supposedly a high ankle sprain, which will keep him out probably a couple weeks. So it'll be Andy Dalton. And, Andy Dalton's looked good in the times that he's come in for Bryce Young in the first game that he has replaced Young over the past couple of years. So you never know. He could come out and have a pretty good game. But this is a Panthers team that's playing better. It's certainly not at the level, where the Bills are. This is a team that's trying to grow, trying to get better. Got a lot of young players. They've won 3 in a row under Bryce Young, which is, the first time ever he's won 3 games in a row. So it gives you a kind of idea of where they're at. But they're playing better and they're running the football very well, very effectively. Rico Dowdle's had a couple big games, and then this past week they got Chuba Hubbard back, and they ended up going with a split carry rotation, and so him and Chuba Hubbard were. It had run decently against the Jets, but if anybody watched that Jets-Panthers game, it might have been, one of the worst football games you've ever seen in your life. But
yeah,
so it's a football team that's it's finding its way, and it's trying to find a way into the playoffs for the first time since 2017, but we'll see how that goes.
How is the overall recognizing that he's hurt and not going to play this week and maybe for a couple weeks until he heals up, assuming he goes right back in, and that's maybe another layer to this, like if it goes well with Dalton. But how is it going with Bryce Young? It felt like at one point early last year it was over, and then he came back and looked like, wow, look, see, just needed a little more time. Has this year been a little more uneven? And, like, what's the long-range outlook there for Bryce Young in Carolina?
No, this year's been better, and I agree with you. I think there was definitely a point in time through that last season after he got benched and then he came back, and you're still wondering, going, God, did they just make a horrible, horrible mistake? I think the jury is still out, even though this is year 3. I think he's shown really good signs of making good decisions, good throws. He's played well in certain games. And I think, there's a couple wins in this 3-game win streak where he had to make a pass late in the game on 4th down and complete that pass for them to go on to get the winning score, and he did it twice. So that shows something there. It shows that, he's got a little bit of moxie, and certainly a lot of winner in that. He's won at every level except for this level. So, no, they haven't given up on him. To answer your question, they still feel like he is the quarterback of the future. And I think this time that there's not going to be, Andy Dalton replacing him if he continues to play well. I think if we learn one thing from the Panthers putting Chuba Hubbard back in the lineup is that Dave Canales is probably going to go back to his guys, and certainly this case with Bryce Young, because they realize he is for better or for worse right now, the franchise quarterback that they have.
I guess I certainly defer to you on this. Your instincts here. They play the Bills and the Packers the next 2 weeks, so maybe you'd kind of expect them to lose a couple, and that makes it easier to make that move back to Young. But we see every year in the NFL, even like a little bit what Minnesota is right now, where maybe it's not the same. It's not the same. But maybe this veteran, I have a chance to make the playoffs, which we haven't done. The coach is trying to have enough success where he can remain the coach, for years to come. And I wonder if he'd be tempted, because these would be nice wins, obviously, Steve, if they were to get them with Dalton.
Oh, sure. I mean, this would be, kind of the marquee win under Dave Canales, if they can get it. But there's a lot of things pointing against him here. Bryce Young's out. The Bills, I mean, guys, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Charlotte, but Charlotte's a very transplant city, and there is a ton of Buffalo Bills fans here. And I'm telling you, they're already talking about a Bills takeover, and my wife being one of them.
Okay.
She went to UB up there, and
nice.
we're both from up there. But anyway, she it's going to be a home game for the Bills, and I would assume, because it happens when the Cowboys come here, it happens when the Steelers come here. So this is very much going to be anticipated a strong Buffalo contingent here. And then secondly, as you guys know, Bills are coming off 2 losses. They can't be in a very good mood. They're coming off a bye week, so they've gotten some rest. They've had a chance to, kind of get some stuff together. There's a lot of things pointing in a bad direction right now for the Carolina Panthers entering this game on Sunday.
Recognizing that there's a different quarterback playing here than who's played all the games prior here this season, Steve, what is Carolina good at on offense?
Well, I mean, they've been good at running the ball, guys. I mean, Rico Dowdle had run for nearly 400 yards over a 2-game span. And he gained 473 yards from scrimmage in those 2 games. This is before last week. And so he's, he can certainly, he has given them a spark. And what is really unusual about this too, is that the Panthers have yet to play, I should say, every starting offensive lineman for the Panthers has missed at least 1 game because of injury. They have been hit hard with injuries. Robert Hunt, who is a $100 million, acquisition, free agent acquisition a couple of years ago, he's on injured reserve. He's been done since week 2. Austin Corbett is just now coming back from his injury, and they've been just hit up and down the line with injuries, and yet they've still been able to run the ball, and that's really, you look at it and you go, how are they still able to do that? I think part of it has been the teams that they have played, but one thing you can't say also about them is they played well at home. They're 3-0 at home. They seem to bring a little bit more energy defensively when they're playing at home, and they certainly brought the energy last week on the road with the Jets. They had 6 sacks, and J.C. Horn had a couple nice interceptions. So, it's a team listen, they're trending in the right direction. Are they world beaters? No, but they seem to be trending in the right direction right now.
With Steve Reed. So you're from the area too?
Yeah, I originally grew up in Syracuse, and I went to St. John Fisher, so I'm very familiar with y'all's training camp. And I worked down in Hornell at the Evening Tribune and covered the Bills early 90s for a few years while I was up there, yep.
I went to Fisher, 93.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
okay.
93.
Good. 1990. So.
All right.
Yep.
How about Tet McMillan so far, Steve? I'm a big fantasy player, and he was an exciting idea. Number 1 target probably right away. Has that been true? The numbers are just pretty good.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's good. He's good, guys. He is going to be a very good wide receiver, and he's shown a lot of flashes. Had a couple touchdowns 2 weeks ago. This past week was was quiet. I think a lot of that was, that they had Sauce Gardner on him, and they were going to make somebody else beat him because there's nobody else that's shown right now that is a dangerous wide receiver. But Xavier Legette, who was another first-round pick, Tet was T-Mac, as they call him down here, was their first-round pick this year, and then Xavier Legette was their first-round pick the year before. So they've taken 2 wide receivers in the first round of the last 2 drafts. Legette finally stepped up. He had 9 catches, 92 yards, and a touchdown. So that was something that the Panthers have desperately needed from him because he has been really slow to kind of find his footing and to grow. And they need a second receiver to emerge, especially after, trading Adam Thielen in the preseason.
His best game easily, Legette, last week.
Yeah. Definitely.
Bulldog, would you consider it a Xavier Legette revenge game, or is it forcing it a little much? The Bills traded that pick.
Might be forcing it a little bit, but yeah, we keep track of these things here, Steve.
The Bills didn't want me; they could have just picked me at 32, right. But no,
they traded back. Yep, yep. No, it's kind of this team. I don't even know how to describe it. It's kind of like a slow-moving train, but moving in the right direction. And I think Dan Morgan is doing a pretty good job with making decent roster moves. They've got a couple, pretty decent pass rushers that both, found the quarterback last week. They lost Pat Jones, who was one of their better pass rushers he's done for the season with a lower back injury, and so they had to rely on a couple of rookies last week. And Nick Scorton, one of them, they stepped up and did pretty well. So, there's some hope, there's some promise. I think, everyone down here, guys, is kind of anxious that this is kind of the measure and stick game, right? How far are you? How far are you from where you need to be? Because, the Bills are right now the measure and stick. So it's also kind of a tough team to figure out because, listen, they come here, or the Falcons come here, and the Panthers beat the pants off them. They, 30-0. They just kill them. But then Carolina the next week, you figure they got the momentum. They're playing well. The next week they go up to New England and get the crap kicked out of them by, a kid who's, right in my backyard, Drake May. So he's, he just, the Patriots ran roughshod over him. And, but then they get on a 3-game win streak and, starting to play pretty well. So, it's a hard team to figure out.
Yeah. I'm sitting here thinking. I want to ask you, like, should they make the playoffs? They're 4-3. The division isn't great, but like, I don't know. The quarterback is going to miss some time. We'll see how that goes. We already covered that. If Dalton wins a couple games, maybe it'd be tempting to try to push for the playoffs with him. Who knows?
Listen, anytime you're in the NFC South, you have a shot to make the playoffs. Now the Bucs have been kind of the team to beat. Obviously, they're 4-time defending champions, and they're they got Baker Mayfield. But now look at Mike Evans is going to be out for a while, so they're going to lose one of their top weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to hurt. And I think it'll come down to, those division games. And, I wouldn't rule out the Falcons. I mean, the Saints are the team that you can just say no. But, I wouldn't rule out the Falcons from, obviously they played pretty well against Buffalo last time out. I think that shocked a lot of people. And that's what I was kind of joking. People down here are like, hey, so Panthers beat the Falcons by 30 and the Falcons beat the Bills by 12? Does that mean the Panthers are 42 points better than the Bills?
Yeah, probably not.
No, probably not. Probably not. So it's going to be, guys. I think it's going to be. This is a measure and stick game for Carolina, and it's all things not really pointing in the right direction in terms of Buffalo coming off 2 losses in a bye week.
One oddity about that Falcons-Panthers game, like the Panthers have outgained their opponents 5 out of 7, but that isn't one of them. Mm-hmm. That isn't one of them. Atlanta outgained them by more than 100 yards and still got blasted like that. So it's a weird league sometimes. I kind of think Dowdle maybe is inevitable there. I saw what they did last week. You mentioned it, Steve, how they alternated with Dowdle and Hubbard. And, a coach always has a little bit of a challenge when it's an injury thing, when the backup does better. This could be the quarterback too. But Dowdle was, record stuff. Two 200-yard-plus games in a row, yards from scrimmage. Yeah. And Hubbard gets healthy, and they went back and forth, like drive after drive last week. So I kind of think when it comes down to it, Dowdle probably wins out. But, Steve, they like Hubbard. They paid him before people were thinking that they needed to do that last year.
Absolutely, yeah. And they gave him a big contract. For a running back, it was a big contract. They gave him $33 million over 4 years. So it was a big deal. And, I think that's one of the reasons for that loyalty, but I don't know. Listen, hey, we can all second guess a coach. I personally, I'd stay with the hot hand, right? You got a guy who's amassed 473 yards in 2 games, and he doesn't start. They start Chuba Hubbard, and they go alternating, possessions, and I don't. Listen, I've covered the NFL since 1990. I've never I've never liked the alternating running back situation. I just don't think it works very often. Sometimes it does, not very often. I think running backs are the type that get better as the game go along, and they get a feel for the game, they get a feel for the creases, what's going on, where things are setting up. And I think Rico Dowdle was certainly like that. He even talked about in one game. Where they were playing a few weeks ago, that in the second quarter he came over to the coaching staff. He says, "Hey, let's play this. Let's call this toss pitch right." He says, "I see something. I think there's something there." So they came out first play of the third quarter. They do a little toss to the right, and he takes it 53 yards. And so running backs, the more they play, I think sometimes the better they get. And I think it's tough when you go in one series and then the next series you're out. You go in one, it's like, kind of like a basketball player, going to the bench, coming back on the floor, going to the bench. I think it's, you get into a rhythm, and I don't know if I was doing, I think I would stick with Dowdle more, but hey, I don't get paid that money.
Well, while these teams don't play that often, they are linked here. There's like a long-running joke here about, like, anytime the Bills make an add to the roster, do they have ties to the Carolina Panthers because of McDermott's time there and Brandon Beane's time there, of course. I don't know, were you covering the team when both of those guys were employed with Carolina? I'm wondering, like, how much of a homecoming is Sunday going to be for these guys?
Well, definitely. Sean is still very respected down here. Within the organization. Brandon Beane certainly, is a guy that, a lot of people like. Now, a lot of people have moved on. Marty Herney was the one that kind of brought Brandon up through the ranks, and of course, Marty's no longer a general manager here. But guys know them. There's the organization; they're very familiar with them. A lot of respect for Sean McDermott here, no doubt about him, what he did and what he's done up in Buffalo. And then you can look at both rosters up and down the road. You got Shaq Thompson. You got you can go up and down both rosters, right. And it's like down here they call it Carolina North, Carolina South, and I'm sure you guys call Buffalo North, Buffalo South. But it's just there's so much crossover with the two rosters. It's kind of amazing, but yeah, certainly. And listen, as I told you guys, there's so many Bills fans down here. I can't even describe how many Bills fans. I mean, there's within 10-mile radius of my house, there's 3 Bills bars. That are
I don't even have that where I live.
Yeah. No, my son, when he was in high school, worked at a place called Taste of Buffalo, and it's wings and all of the buffalo food, and it's just so it's just in a Bills game you can't get in there because so many. So there's going to be a huge Bills turnout. I think it's going to be basically a home game, for Buffalo, in many respects.
Well, that's not, and we'll wrap here, Steve. Like that's not unusual for the Bills, as you would know. I think
sure,
when,
right.
when they go to
yeah.
when they go to Miami, when they went to Atlanta, it was like that for their last game, and Nashville is the famous one. I think Nashville is where everybody we know goes. Like it's just they cut off tickets to the 716 area code, and it's kind of crazy like that. Not Kansas City, I guess, so much, but Charlotte could be this.
Didn't the Bills have a connection with Andy Dalton guys as well? Didn't he?
Sure.
A big game, and then a bunch of Bills fans donated to his charity.
Yeah,
I think got him in the playoffs.
A last-second fourth down pass against the Ravens for Dalton when he was with the Bengals knocked the Ravens out and put the Bills in. Yeah,
2017.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Ended a long playoff drought for the Bills.
Yep.
And Dan Morgan was here, who's the Carolina GM now.
Right.
So.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So it's amazing the connections between the two teams.
Steve, thanks a lot for the visit today.
Anytime, guys. Anytime you need me.
All right. Appreciate that. Steve Reed from the AP in Charlotte. Allen has never lost 3 straight. The last regular season, like one season, 3-game losing streak by the Bills was when Allen had been lost to injury as a rookie.
Okay.
And it's that Peterman Bears game and the Derek Anderson experience. They lost 3 or maybe even 4 in a row that year before Allen came back.
All right, that's a lock then.
Never lost 3 straight.
That'll never happen.
It's over. Steve not as high on the Panthers as I was before the conversation. I kind of like them. I mean, somebody bet them 10-1 to win the NFC South this morning.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, they're a game out. 10-1.
All right.
No Mike Evans. That's for the year.
Right. That's tough.
That was very tough.
Yeah.
Mayfield had an awful night, I thought. Maybe he's got new receivers all the time, but even Ibuka, like he was just off, I thought, a lot of that game. So the MVP shine is maybe off Mayfield for the time being. 803-0550 for your thoughts. Bills and Panthers, the season overall. Bills versus Patriots. Which team would you rather be at this point? That's one question. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR.
living in sin so long, all the feels are gone. Fella stopped me on the street last night, said everything's alright. Roller coaster, make it through the day upright. It seems your meal ticket is gone, but life goes on. I could never imagine something better. Yeah, right. Now you're cooking on high heat in the middle of the street. Roller coaster, take me to a better time. Let's go. All sing your high line with the roller coaster of life. Yeah. It's time to all choose your timeline on the roller coaster of life. Oh, you seem to easily forget how to place your bet. When everyday life gets you down, you gotta steal the crown. Got to own it. Don't bitch and moan about it, please. God forbid you scrape your knees, and it's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, I've told you over and over again.
Buffalo Bills are off today. They'll get back to work tomorrow. We'll also get our first injury reports for the Bills for this week as they get ready to travel to Charlotte to take on the Carolina Panthers this Sunday at 1 p.m. If you did miss, though, the big news from yesterday for the Bills, the team did open up the 21-day practice window for rookie cornerback Maxwell Harrison. Harrison, of course, has been out since the early days of training camp after picking up an LCL sprain. Some other notes around the NFL. Vikings again riding with Carson Wentz at quarterback. They will be taking on the Chargers for Thursday Night Football. And the Falcons have released former Bills wide receiver Ray McCloud. McCloud was sent home from the team facility last week and was a healthy scratch against San Francisco. For the Sabres, they dropped one last night to Montreal, but it's going to be a quick turnaround. The Sabres are back in action tomorrow night at home against Detroit. For more, though, on yesterday's loss, Paul Hamilton has a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. And then it is a busier night in the NHL, 10 games in total. Some of the notable action: Penguins hosting the Canucks and the Devils in Toronto versus the Maple Leafs. Both those games start at 7. At 7:30, the Bruins host the Florida Panthers. And the big note for that game, Brad Marchand's return to Boston. Marchand played for the Bruins from 2009 until he was traded to Florida in the middle of last year. And then just one game at 10, the Mammoth do host the Colorado Avalanche. And then in other sports news, the NBA gets underway this evening. Just 2 games, though, on the schedule. Thunder hosting the Rockets at 7:30. Then at 10, the Warriors. They're in Los Angeles as they take on the Lakers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The games come down to a few plays and a few playmakers making some plays in some big moments. And that, to me, is where Buffalo has lacked compared to the other top teams in football the last few years. So, yes, receiver maybe is an option there. I also look at man, is there a defensive tackle out there? Is there another cover corner out there that they can use and help their secondary out a little bit? I'll be interested to see their approach during the trade deadline.
Chris Sims. Well, there's one more receiver on the free agent block today. That would be Ray McCloud. Ray McCloud reunion? Question mark. He was scratched for the Bills game too. Surprisingly, I would say at the time, healthy scratch,
and then sent home.
Yeah, and then he was basically kicked off.
Yeah, something must have gone sideways there. Another. I mean, we haven't even talked about Tyler Lockett. Is that official yet, or are they still fishing for trade offers or something?
I think it's over.
Okay.
For Tyler Lockett. I'm not sure if it's over for Ray McCloud. He did have 62 catches for Atlanta last year, if you didn't know.
I did not know. I didn't even know he had got – I mean, I knew when the Bills played there because he was inactive. I didn't know he'd been there and caught 62 balls. Last I knew, I was surprised to see him playing in the rotation for San Francisco. That's got to be season before last now. Mm-hmm. I'm guessing last year was his first year in Atlanta.
That's right.
Okay.
Super Bowl year, San Francisco. They lost to the Chiefs.
All right.
the second time. Now Joe and I are texting about the World Series. I think Sneak's going to the World Series on Friday, and I'm still not. I'm just engaging with people with discussions. The Sabres have the Leafs Friday and Saturday, and I don't know what could be different about either of those experiences. Like, so many Leaf fans come here. There are so many people between here and Toronto in the Horseshoe, but maybe there's a lesser Leafs turnout.
I would bet it might depend on if they're holding tickets already, right? They already got them planned. Let's go take over that building. That's always fun. And then, they find out last night that Toronto's going to be playing, whether they're going to the World Series or not.
Just to watch it.
Yeah, right. You might want to just, let's see if I can sell these tickets. And then maybe that determines, for some people, that'll be the tiebreaker. Can I get my money back or even close to it? Because all I really want to do is go to my neighborhood joint and hang out with my friends and watch the Blue Jays game, rather than go to this hockey game. That's a fun time, anyways. But still, this is doesn't happen in 1993. So let's do this. Yeah, I wonder if the Canadians filling the arena will be impacted by that. And then, Saturday night up there. I mean, the games start like an hour apart.
And the buildings are close to each other.
Very close, yeah. So, I mean, it's Toronto. I'm sure there are huge events at the Air Canada Centre or whatever it's called, Scotiabank Place or something, concerts and whatnot when there are baseball games going on. So it's not an uncommon occurrence in a city of that size. But still, like anybody who's casually invested in Toronto sports would probably prefer to watch the game 2 rather than go to a Sabres-Leafs game on Saturday night. So I wonder what that'll look like.
It is 32 years since the Jays made the World Series. So for anybody under 40, probably like this, you've never had this before. And it's LA and Ohtani and all. It's the best. I felt bad for the Mariners. Like, beating the Yankees is the best. Beating the Dodgers would be awesome. Beating Seattle, they're kind of like you. I mean, they came in, they're the Sabres and the Canucks. They came in at the same time, and the Mariners are the only, I think, major league team to have never made the World Series once. And they were that close. Imagine being at the Seahawks game last night, or tailgating if they have that. Just being at the stadium for the football game, which started at 10 Eastern, and the baseball game, as that game is getting ready to kick off, is like right in the heat of it.
That's in the throes of it. Yeah, right.
I mean, would you have wanted to go to the Seahawks game if you were? I mean, they're probably all fans of both teams, the Mariners and the Seahawks. That would have been tough. What a bummer of a loss as you're sitting there. Usually always getting so riled up.
Yeah, given the timing of everything, I can imagine fans at a tailgate, right, keeping track of the baseball game. All right, it's 9:45, we got to go. You turn your TV off and pack up your stuff and go to the football game, and you're ahead. And by the time you get to the turnstile, maybe you're like, oh no. Or a little later, whatever.
The home run?
Yeah, I don't know the timing of everything. I don't know exactly what time it was, but it is very likely that people walked away from the baseball game with their fingers crossed, and then got to the football game and went, "Oh, geez, wow."
What would it be? It would be the Sabres playing. I'm not even sure how close this is. The Sabres be playing on, this has probably happened. A weekend Bills playoff date, and I think you could skip a Sabres game to watch
there's a lot
AFC Championship or something like that.
Right.
But it's not the same the other way around.
No.
Because there are 8 or 9 football games a year.
Right.
And it's Monday night. It's a big one. And you've got the Mariners on your phone, which is really, you might trade 5 consecutive winless Seahawks seasons for that win in the ball game. You might.
Yeah.
How many straight games would you live with the Seahawks losing if it meant the Mariners winning last night? Like 50. That big. And it's not a franchise where we'll be back.
Right.
The Mariners, that's the closest they've ever been.
Yeah, they haven't even been to that far that often. No. So
tough.
That is tough. Yeah. Well, now that you mentioned that Sneaky Joe is in your ear about it, that lends more credence to the idea that this random text that I've not followed up on with my oldest son, who works on the morning show, is probably was related to, like, do you want to do this? 'Cause if Joe's talking about it, maybe Owen was a part of that conversation this morning. I'm just guessing. I just woke up to a World Series game, not even a question mark, just those 3 words. World Series game. I don't know what to do with that.
Pretty much the only thing it could mean.
Right. Yeah.
I am wearing a Blue Jays t-shirt that was a gift from my wife last night for my birthday, she said, which is a couple of weeks away. But she was in Canada because we are always in Canada, and she bought this t-shirt for me and gave it to me as a gift and said, I thought you might want to wear this tomorrow. And I feel a little bit like the kid wearing the new sweater on the first day of school.
Yeah.
Was that you? I don't know. Once I became a little bit more aware, I made sure not to wear the best new Christmas present to school on the first day back.
No, I always went for it. I was always busting out the new. I went to the concert last night. Here's the T-shirt I bought.
Okay.
I've always been that way.
Really?
Yeah.
Like if you went to a big concert tonight, tomorrow you'd be in here with that shirt.
Yeah.
I see. I did that. Well, maybe more than once, but I know one time I did that is 1988 when the Bills clinched the AFC East over the Jets when the goalpost came down. And I've told you how I have a piece of that net, or I used to at least, from the field goal, from the stadium. And on the walk from, I wasn't driving then either, my friend was, but on our walk back from the stadium to his car, you have vendors out there. And I had to buy a hat to wear to school the next day to signify I was at that game. I remember the hat perfectly. It was a white corduroy Bills hat with a logo, and it said 1988 AFC East champs.
That's pretty sweet.
I had to have it.
I can see that hat. I love that hat.
Yeah.
I need a good corduroy Bills hat.
Do you?
I had a corduroy Bills hat years ago that I really liked it, but I don't know where it went. But they're back. They're sort of new era's got you can almost buy any kind of hat you can imagine for your favorite teams now. And corduroy is on the radar.
Well, the T-shirt means I can't wear the visor.
Yeah, right.
Because that's breaking a fashion law.
Well,
two sports logos.
You reminded me now that you mentioned that you're wearing that I didn't notice it. Didn't know that it was new. I did have the thought today I have a Vancouver Canadians baseball cap that I got when we were out in Vancouver a couple of summers ago. That's a AA affiliate of the Blue Jays.
Oh.
And in fact, who pitched Game 6?
Savage.
Yeah. John Gale texted me, like some neighbor of his got in the mail his Vancouver Canadians Savage jersey yesterday to wear, and I thought I should wear my Canadians hat today, and I forgot it.
Yeah, he pitched at 5 levels this year.
Yeah.
From high A all the way up to the majors. Started Game 6 of the LCS. He'll almost definitely start in the series, right?
I would think, yeah.
I mean, what a year to start at high A.
Right.
Through New Hampshire. Is it the Fisher Cats in New Hampshire? Guerrero played there.
Yep.
Then eventually here and to the Jays. So it's a pretty good year. 803-0550 for your calls. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog. We'll be right back. This is WGR.
Folks, Bulldog here when Buffalo takes on Carolina this Sunday, October
through 7 weeks of the NFL season, the 1 seeds would be Indianapolis, 6-1 rolling. Their loss was to the Rams, and that was a close game. You had the A.D. Mitchell screw up at the goal line in that game, and you also had a penalty on a Taylor touchdown run that was called back.
He cost them 2 touchdowns. Yeah.
So you have Indianapolis at 6-1, and the 1 seed in the NFC would be Green Bay
at 4-1-1.
At 4-1-1 with their loss coming to Cleveland, but they would be the 1. Detroit at 5-2. I mean, you got 5-2 all over the place in the NFC.
San Francisco, Philly, Tampa, Detroit, Seattle, Rams, all 5-2. Holy cow!
6 teams.
That is bonkers.
So Chicago's 4-2 wouldn't cut it.
Right? No, they're out.
They're out.
They're 8th right now.
What's the AFC?
The AFC right now is India's the 1, New England is the 2.
Yikes!
Followed by Denver and Pittsburgh. Is in the – well, no, wait, that's not right. There's got to be a division leader in the –
No, it is. That's Denver.
Okay. Oh, right. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, but the AFC South. Oh, that's Indianapolis. Duh. Yeah, okay, so that's it. Those are your 4. The Bills are the 5 at 4-2, tied with Pittsburgh. The Chargers are 4-3. They're at 6, and Jacksonville is last in 7th at 4-3.
The Chiefs are also 4-3, but both the Chargers and the Jaguars have beaten them.
Right. And then you're to Cincinnati.
Best team out.
3-4. Yep.
They'd be the best team out.
I think
Kansas
so.
City, number 1 in our reverse AFC power rankings today.
Their status as the answer to the question you asked a number of our visitors last week, like who's the best team in the league? Their status, Kansas City's status as that grows, even though they're on the outside looking in right now at the playoff picture. They're not in a playoff spot right now. They're, to me, the scariest team.
Are you thinking about next week much?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
The stakes are pretty high. Like, when it was Baltimore and Kansas City, and each team had already had 2 losses, I think. Everybody talked about how, well, somebody's going to have 3, and it's pretty early for that. And even though it's so early in the season, the stakes are pretty high. The Bills, I mean, at best are 5-2. The Chiefs at best are 5-3 when they meet in Week 9. And that's a critical loss for somebody that day. You know, tiebreakers.
Yep.
Who knows? I guess I was a little bit complacent the way the season had been going, not thinking about the Chiefs game very much. And the Bills have won this game in the regular season, 4 years in a row? So wasn't thinking about it very much. The Chiefs are already losing games, and Buffalo in first place. Like, all right, so you're going to lose a couple here probably, if that even is one. I'm not sure it's going to matter in the end. I wouldn't say that now. I mean,
no. I mean, even if the Bills win this game and the Chiefs win their game, right? They're not on bye or anything, are they? They
Monday night.
They played, okay,
Washington.
Okay, short week. So they go to 5-3. The Bills get to 5-2. You're still you're. It's the same situation as New England coming in here a couple of weeks ago. They can pass you. Like, that's it. Like, so you gotta get it together, man.
Very big for the Chiefs.
Yeah,
because they do look fine, but that would be if they don't lose this week too. I mean, that would be 4 losses, and then after their bye, they go Denver, Indianapolis. They could, they have that schedule. They could have one of those years where you have it in the NFL every once in a while. Everybody sort of looks at one team as maybe the scariest team. A little bit of the Bengals last year, but they can't get in. A Bills win over Kansas City would do a lot toward that. That's what you're playing for, in addition to your own race.
Right.
Is you can do a lot toward maybe burying them, because they do have to go to Denver and then face a good, if not great, Colts team. The rest of it is at Dallas. No gimme. That's on Thanksgiving. Houston, Chargers, at Tennessee, Denver, and Vegas. Their ending is pretty soft. But you could see 4 or 5 or even 6 losses by then, the way their schedule lines up.
Yeah. Yeah, I have been. I was thinking about them a lot, watching them dance on the Raiders on Sunday. I was thinking about the Chiefs, like just watching the full complement of skill players there, and even Kelsey, who I've been trying to shovel dirt on for weeks here, if not months. looks just fine running around in the open field, and that's the point. Like he's open kind of by a lot often, and they've just all the dudes, and I'm watching them on. And I recognize they're playing the Raiders, but what's freshest in my mind is Atlanta having whoever they wanted. Mostly it was Drake London, and the Bills could not find a way to get two bodies or even a body on him. I'm watching the Chiefs, and I'm just going, how am I covering all these people again?
And London, I think, was 4 for 42 and 0 against San Francisco.
Right.
By the way,
like what am I doing? How am I going to make that work?
Well, one thing I'll say this quickly. We'll break and then maybe hear from you at 803-0550. That keeps seeming to come up on our show from fans is the trade deadline, which is now 2 weeks away exactly. And whether or not, when it comes to wide receiver, which we're talking about constantly for years, whether or not Brandon Beane would do it after everything that's been said and how it's all been analyzed this year, do you think he would make, if you will, another Amari Cooper trade? Do you think he's up for that? Should he be up for that? 803-0550 if you want in on that. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, back after the update on WGR.
We'll also get our first injury report of the week as well, as the Bills get ready to travel to Charlotte to take on the Carolina Panthers this Sunday at 1 p.m. If you did miss the big news from yesterday, the team did open up the 21-day practice window for rookie cornerback Maxwell Hairston. Hairston has been out since the early days of training camp after picking up an LCL sprain. And then some other big notes from the NFL today. The Vikings going to continue to ride with Carson Wentz at quarterback. They take on the Chargers for Thursday Night Football. And the Falcons have released former Bills wide receiver Ray McLeod. McLeod was sent home from the team facility last week and continued to be a healthy scratch in ultimately what would be his final game for the Falcons against San Francisco. Sabres dropped one last night in Montreal. Buffalo, though, doesn't have much of a break. They're back in action tomorrow night at home against Detroit. But for more on yesterday, Paul Hamilton does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Overall, though, a much more packed night of hockey. 10 games in action. Some of the notable ones: Penguins hosting the Canucks and the Devils. They are in Toronto to take on the Maple Leafs. Both those games are at 7. At 7:30, the Bruins host the Florida Panthers. And a big note from that game, that is Brad Marchand's return to Boston. Marchand, of course, played with them from 2009 until he was traded to Florida in the middle of last year. And then just one game at 10, the Mammoth host the Colorado Avalanche. And then in some other sports news, the NBA gets underway tonight. Just 2 games, though, on the schedule. The Thunder hosting the Rockets at 7:30. Then at 10, the Warriors are in Los Angeles to take on the Lakers. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
It's nothing you did.
It's not you, it's me.
It's not you. It's you, but you didn't cross me.
And the Bulldog.
Why did I choose? Why did I just stay in school?
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Just having one of those thoughts about the Bills and the luxury that is Josh Allen. Talking to Steve Reed about the Panthers and going through the reverse AFC power rankings and even the playoff picture. You know, some of these teams, nothing really profound here. It's just, even, I think, Carolina, Jacksonville, we talked about for a minute. It's usually this way, maybe, but several teams, it's really hard to decide what you need to do, what you should do. The Bills get Andy Dalton this week, probably. And this was quintessentially Andy Dalton in the Bengals era.
Right.
Like, it wasn't Allen then. It might have been Brady and Manning then. But what are you really supposed to do here as a franchise? What are your goals? Is it okay to just realize and go with the very likely reality that your ceiling is only right down here? Like, you're not going to win big with the quarterback you have. So what should you do? Should you flush it? Even if he's good? You don't cut a player like that. The cap stuff, the contracts make this all very complicated anyway. But what are you really supposed to do? How long do you go? You're talking about Cam Ward. You're confident that the Titans will go at least into year 2 with Cam Ward. And I wouldn't be. I'm not that confident in that because they're just losing constantly. And, I mean, he's giving points away. Like that empty hand slip touchdown last week, that's embarrassing.
And it is easier to just walk away. Like, it's not as much of a penalty. Like, for a while, this took – Josh Rosen, I think, is where this came home to roost permanently. Like, the guaranteed money just isn't as punitive. You can walk away from that first-round pick, a high first-round pick, and it's going to hurt, but it's not like your franchise is stuck. Back, Sam Bradford is a name that comes to mind. Like, huge amount of guarantees up front for a guy, and, like, you just – I got to see this through. I can't walk away because I'm going to have all this dead money and I'm not positive. So just give you more patience. You could go one and done. I don't predict that Tennessee will, but they could. It's not. You're not going to be tripping over yourself to get that out of the way. You're just going to put it over there and draft another one and see if that works.
It's just that, as everybody knows, with the Bills, there is never a single question about this. Like, you just do not even have. We have it with Sean McDermott, but we don't have it with Josh Allen. Like, there's just never a single question about what to do at quarterback. the Bills' current backup quarterback was this in his turn with the Bears, Trubisky. But Tua and the Dolphins, well, they've been to the playoffs. Right now it looks pretty bad. It might be untenable. But there's an example of a guy that's pretty good or has been pretty good, and what do you really want to play for? What's Kyler Murray? Kyler Murray, big money, 101 draft pick also. He comes out for 2 games, and it looked like their offense with Jacoby Brissett, who's played for almost every team at this point, like Dalton and like, Wentz and these guys who keep ending up behind center on teams, their offense looked seemingly much better.
There's a lot to be said for having a guy who's not as talented, not as athletic, because if he's not as athletic, he's not going to be looking to get out of there and extend plays and just taking the drop and everything's on time. That's kind of the allure of Flacco, with the Bengals or anywhere he goes. It's like he is going to take his 5 steps and that ball is getting out of there. He's not going to. The only time that it doesn't is if the rush gets there too quickly and he's dead. He's not going to try to extend plays despite his little bootleg late in that game last Thursday, which was still incredible that happened. It's just coming out. And if you draw it up right and you're hitting open guys, it looks like a real professional outfit. Whereas Murray, maybe he can't see everyone all the time because he's a little guy. I'm not taking a shot at him. He's made some big plays, but he might functionally need to get out of there sometimes to see. And then it's a fire drill.
That's Bryce Young too.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
So yeah, there's, it is a tremendous luxury, obviously, to have this guy. But there are, what is, you mentioned Murray. What is Justin Herbert? If this year they win their 9 or 10 or maybe 11, I don't know what they looked really, really good early and not so much lately. And I don't know, if Herbert leads them to 10 wins and a wild card loss, I mean, you're going to keep going. He's super talented and also under contract, and it's not the Tua thing, but, I mean, when is it going to happen? Are you going to elevate beyond, he's sort of stuck in between tiers, I feel like, Herbert. There are superb traits athletically there. The arm is great. It seems like he sees the thing. It's not like there's a processing problem. But something just keeps sort of getting in the way there.
One of those things that gets in the way there is Mahomes. And we have that problem too. Sure. Frankly, the Bills have had that problem too, even though not in the same division, which is another layer to it, just how hard it is to meet whatever the standard needs to be when you're paid $50 million a year. What are we paying for? Stats? We're paying for you to stats and be great, but get us to the top. Or else why do it? Why am I paying $50 just to keep up with the Joneses? Why am I paying $50 million a year to a quarterback that I can't really imagine getting to the top? But you never know, right? I mean, that's Daniel Jones right now, or other examples, Garoppolo with the Niners, Purdy with the Niners.
One Flacco year, even where he just played out of his mind in the playoffs. You got to get in, and maybe my guy can have a great few weeks. And sometimes that's all it takes.
And he did go through Manning and Brady that year to get to the top.
So you to some extent you can never tell. Which is why you keep going with a guy like a Herbert or even maybe a Murray. I don't know. They're not the same player to me.
No, Herbert's easy. Murray's not easy.
Right
now.
Right. And there's just, I don't know, Arizona, that could spiral and that coach could get fired. I mean, that's already really messy, right? With that sideline thing and then the $100,000 fine and just.
The Tennessee loss was horrendous.
They are just, right. They're just stuck.
Or that's the same game, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the guy that fumbled at right. And they had that weird interception that turned into a Tennessee touchdown.
803-0550 is the number. That's right.
That actually happened. Yeah.
Ward threw a pick. Tyler Lockett on his way out the door recovered the fumble in the end zone on that play for Tennessee. Here's Bill with us. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys, would Bean make a move? I don't know. I'm kind of hanging on this weekend's game here after a bye week. If they lose to the Panthers, I'm not panicking yet, but if they lose to the Panthers after a bye week, after losing those 2 games prior, I'm hitting the panic button for this year. And I think he might do the same. If these receivers don't step up and play better, and the offense doesn't look a lot better against the Panthers, and especially in a loss, I think he's going to have to make a move. The problem is, who's going to go get? Who's out there? Who's he going to grab? Another Palmer, another Elijah Moore? I'm not really big on what's going to really fix what's going on. But I will say this. After the Xavier Worthy debacle in the draft 2 years ago, and then he tore us up in that playoff game, I personally thought Bean should have been gone after that. I think his draft picks are all questionable. Some of them are average at best. I'm not going to go through the list since he's been here, but everybody knows a lot of them have been busts. A lot of guys he's traded up for in the second round were off the team in 2 years. It's been just average at best. I think it's been average, with the exception of the Allen pick. And I don't think you can just live off the Allen pick for your entire tenure here. My thing is this. I would love to see them go in a different direction at the GM position and keep McDermott around. I would love to see what McDermott could do for the next 5 years with another GM, drafting better players, maybe some superstars. And I hate the excuse, he's drafting late in the first round every year. You're going to tell me there's not 32 to 40 players in the draft that you can't hit in the high second round or late first round? They'll turn out to be better players than what he's done. I find that hard to believe. And this is the thing, too. When McDermott, his first year, when he was the GM, they let him pick the players. He actually did a great job. And the core of the team, who Dawkins is still here, and Tre'Davious White's back, but he was the core of the team for when they were really good, this team. And then he brought in Poyer and Hyde as free agents. Those guys were the core of this team for a while. And I'm pretty sure, didn't he draft Milano, too? I think McDermott, I'm not positive.
Well, Doug Whaley was the GM, but yeah, McDermott was here and Bean wasn't.
Yeah.
Bean was in the on-deck circle, though.
Right.
But
I don't know.
Didn't they say that Whaley was kind of in the background at that point?
Yes.
Yeah, I would think he was going to get fired at the end. So, I've never really heard it said that that's McDermott's draft. But it makes sense. That he maybe would have had more of a voice than he's had since he brought Bean in.
I guess I've never known what to do with it because Bean was here almost immediately thereafter.
Right. Whaley got fired. They all got fired the day after the draft, I'm pretty sure is what happened.
To me, if it's not a cop-out, it just speaks to the randomness of it all. Just no offense to anybody who actually does that for a living, but if any person with a computer and some base knowledge of professional sports and college football got a year in the chair, they might do just fine, because everybody's ranked everything for you. And I don't want to make excuses for the draft pick. Fans are bent right now out of shape on the Bills' recent draft history, and they're not getting anything this year yet that they're that excited about. Right. The season's almost half over. I don't want to pretend that there aren't certain facts there. It's not just that they pick late. It's also that they just don't have many needs. So you might have an offensive lineman, say, or a quarterback, God forbid. Just certain positions, especially 2 or 3 years ago, were not positions of need for the Bills. So they were kind of drafting for, not luxury, I don't want to say that, but just in case, right? A couple of corner picks, different things. And this year, certainly, of course, they were fond of the players they ended up picking, but I think it was just more of an organizational attack mode on the defense because of how it became more dilapidated as last year played out, and even the year before. That was coming. And you lost on Elam. So let's just push all our chips in. Let's shove on defense. And they do that. And right now, it's pretty early to judge this.
Deion Walker is saving the day. That, he's the only guy. Hawes is on offense. But
what's that even?
Right.
You don't have Hairston.
Right.
Hairston is critical. He's critical to, I think, how the season plays out, and in turn, this point about how their drafts look. Because how can you blame the Bills for Hairston?
And what you might need from him here moving forward, they opened his practice window yesterday. Didn't the Ravens have a rookie who emerged midway through last year, and they shuffled people around? Wiggins,
the guy got hurt this year.
Yeah, I can't think of the name. I just said a name. I'm not sure if that's the right one or not. But he took over outside. They moved Marlon Humphrey inside, and that everything changed on their defense. If you can get that in Hairston, not that they need to replace Taron Johnson as the nickel, but like if you get someone who like, oh, this guy he's as good as Benford, right? Like right out of the wrapper. I'm not telling you that's realistic, but that's kind of what happened in Baltimore last year. This defense, short of a trade of someone who could just step in and give you better than replacement level play right now, that's what could save them on defense, is if Hairston showed up and could just play.
I think the guy you might want from Baltimore is Ardarius Washington. He was somebody that mixed, I think he was undrafted even, like mixed into their defense, and then this year he was out for the year before the season even started in typical 2025 Ravens fashion. Let's go to Rob next. Hi, Rob.
Hey, guys. You mentioned not having a lot of big needs, which I agree. We have a lot of good to very good players. But you could make the argument that we don't have enough great players. If maybe you need 3 or 4 to really punch through, and we've got like 1.5. Should there be some thought in trading a couple of very good players? I'm thinking Epinesa and Rousseau to try and get a Hendrickson or a Max Crosby or someone like that.
I think it's very tough to do. I don't see, whenever I see a trade like that, dare I say it, even in fantasy football, I'm always, the team with the best player wins the trade. So if the Raiders want to trade Max Crosby, which they might, today there's Dallas speculation about him, which is kind of funny, right? Because they had Parsons. If I'm the Raiders and I want to trade Crosby, I don't want any Greg Rousseau's or Epinesa's back. Dallas did get that tackle for Parsons, but I don't know. I think that's tough to do. It's a logical premise. I just think it's tough to execute because teams should not want. They want your draft picks, right? They want to save money. Rousseau was not going to save you money, right? He's already paid.
He's going to be cheaper than Crosby, but it's still like it's a commitment that I would not. Any big ticket defensive end in the summer before Rousseau was signed, Rousseau was a part of that trade idea in my head.
Yes.
Like, to me, there was no way you were making that trade without moving him. Once he's signed, I'm not trading for Max Crosby now.
I think you can, this is Parsons, I think you do see players go the other way, but the draft pick is the point. Like, it can't be instead of offering your draft pick. If that's what the caller was driving at. It can't be instead of that. You'd have to include that. And then maybe both sides see it feasible to throw the player in because, they need somebody and you don't have a spot for him anymore.
And then the money needs to work somehow, yeah. I'm not – I don't foresee that kind of trade. I mean, the money that he is owed, not just this year, but guaranteed into next year, I don't think the Bills can make it work. Right now, as much as I know the league generally, the way and this is a lot of this is generated in our field. I think they can figure it out. I don't know if there's figuring out $20 million left on a contract for this year. Like the Bills have got $2 million in cap space, and he's guaranteed another 30 next year. Like I just don't see the Bills finding a way to do that. Like if you sign a guy or trade for a guy that is due a new contract, that's a different thing. Because you can structure that in a way that lessens the initial cap hit and you can make something work. But if you're talking about somebody that's walking in the door with a huge deal already, I just don't see the Bills being able to make a play for that.
It's just with the draft, looking back on drafts, you can go numb talking about it. Because there's always someone. The Bills make the decision to draft Kincaid. Jackson Smith and Jigba goes 5 or 6 or 7 picks in front of Kincaid, sort of in the 20 overall, was it maybe? Like, oh, well, why didn't we do that? Trade up for Jackson Smith just because you can conceive of it, it should have happened. Somebody might say that. Well, it's obviously not that easy. It's a two-way street. And so you don't know who the player is going to be. There's also Quentin Johnston, who didn't come on until this year. Flowers, Burks is the year before. Yeah. You just never know. And the way we sometimes so harshly judge the GM when there's so much guessing involved is tough for me. But this is what we do. This is what fans do. Like, bad drafts are bad drafts, and you should have known. So he drafts Kincaid. He drafts Kincaid over Michael Mayer and Sam Laporta. Mayer, tight ends. Mayer was the consensus tight end one. There was some thought for Kincaid. Kincaid didn't test, so he wasn't as popular a pick for that. He's who the Bills go with. Mayer, he was so good the Raiders drafted Bowers over him the next year. Now Bowers is hurt. Mayer's given you one catch for 10 yards against the Chiefs. Laporta had the big first year, big touchdown year, but not a lot since. He's okay. It's always changing. It's always Kincaid's last game was really good. It's always evolving, and we have good players. Maybe you would say Kincaid. You might even say Coleman, although maybe that's a little lofty. We don't have great players. Well, you could have picked Ladd McConkey. Or you could, and what's he done this year, by the way? You could have picked Worthy, right? Mm-hmm. And maybe he's their number 3 option in Kansas City in their passing. It's just like always changing. You never really know what you're going to get. And it's still, I want to say with Coleman, it's still early. It won't be early for much longer. Like, this team needs to win, and they were counting on him. And so that needs to pop pretty soon here. But I've still got a winning team.
Yep.
I'm an 8-point favorite here. Yeah, like the caller before said, if they lose to Carolina, it's sirens. I mean, that will be, they haven't lost 3 straight in 7 years. Like that, and it's the Panthers after the Falcons. No offense. You know what? Offense.
Yeah, right.
I do mean offense there.
Yes.
I can't say no offense to that. I am meaning that harshly toward the Panthers and the Falcons.
It is intended to hurt them.
That's right. I can't say no. I apologize for no offense. This will look bad, and then you might be a couple games back at that point. So, but they haven't done this yet.
Right.
They haven't lost this game yet.
Man, I would love to know, like, just how. I assume the self-scouting and pouring over, like, what do we need? The timing ends up being pretty good. With the deadline being 2 weeks from today, they had a week to really go to work, cut everything up, every route, every guy is run, right? How literally, how open are we getting? How often are we not open? You know, because there surely are times where Allen is not taking throws that are there, right? Whether he sees it in time or was hoping for something else. Like, you know, there's misses from the quarterback. Every guy has them. So, like, if you're really sitting down and you're isolating Keon Coleman's routes from every single game, how often is he winning? How often is he to blame for not being open? Whatever it is, like, do that work on everyone, and then go sit down with the GM and, like, let's really talk about this. Like, what should we try to do? What answers do we have internally? Do we have any? Right? Is Gabe Davis an answer? Is more playing time for Tyrell Shavers an answer? Is there anyone on waivers that's an answer? Is Tyler Lockett an answer? Is Ray McLeod an answer?
Keep going.
And then
keep going.
And just keep going. And then it's okay. Trade. Okay. What about Rashid Shaheed? What's that cost? What does Chris Olave cost? Like, how do we make that work? What role do we have for this person if we trade for him? Can we make it work? Will he spring this other stuff? All of that. They should have been working on that 12 hours a day for the last 10 days. I assume they were. And I'd love to know what the results of that were. Like, are they all just sitting around and providing their intel, providing their answers, and Brandon Beane is just sitting there going, I said I wouldn't trade. I said I won't set it receiver.
I don't know.
Like, I can't imagine that. Like, if his coaching staff is saying we have this problem. We have a Keon Coleman problem. We got a this problem, that, whatever problem we need to fix. He, to me, because he was mean on the radio back in April, cannot just sit there and do nothing.
803-0550, Mike Schopp and the Bulldog, WGR.
Bills off today. Media day and the first injury report will be tomorrow as the team does get ready to travel to Charlotte to take on the Carolina Panthers. The big news, though, to get the week underway was that the Bills have opened up the 21-day practice window for rookie corner Maxwell Hairston. Hairston, of course, has been out since the early days of training camp after picking up an LCL sprain. And then for Carolina, while it is not confirmed, all signs are pointing to Andy Dalton getting the start at quarterback with Bryce Young dealing with what is being reported as a high ankle sprain. Some other notes in the league, the Vikings are, again, going with Carson Wentz at quarterback. He's going to take on the Chargers for Thursday Night Football. And the Falcons have released former Bills wide receiver Ray McCloud. McCloud was sent home from the team facility last week and was a healthy scratch when the Falcons played San Francisco. For the Sabres, off night tonight. They'll be back at it tomorrow when they host Detroit. For more on yesterday's loss, though, Paul Hamilton does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. And then the NBA gets underway tonight. It's just 2 games, though. The Thunder hosting the Rockets at 7:30, as the Thunder will be hoisting a banner, the defending NBA champions. Then at 10, the Warriors are in Los Angeles as they take on the Lakers. It's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with a rating we got. You know, I mean, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results.
It's the owner of the Jets, Woody Johnson, talking about the Bills' recent struggles. He's talking about Justin Fields, actually. It's tough to win when you have a quarterback like that, I suppose. Tyrod Taylor going in, taking over, reportedly, for Fields. What a disaster. And by what a disaster, of course, I'm referring to my best ball portfolio.
Right.
All those Fields teams.
Who could have seen any of this coming? That Justin Fields wouldn't have been a good idea to be a starting quarterback in a two-year contract even. Like, go Jets. Jets, Jets. Of course it's going to be a disaster. He's been mostly a disaster. You're the Jets.
Match made in heaven.
You're always a disaster. Aaron Rodgers signed for you and played 4 plays and his leg fell off. You're the Jets. Nothing's going to ever work.
Jets in the playoffs by 2030. Yes or no?
I'm going to go no.
That'll put some longevity up on that board.
That's not that far off.
2030.
That is not that far off.
5 more years. This year plus 5. The Jets' playoff drought makes it to 20 years.
I can see it.
7 out of 16 make it.
I mean, I don't know. What do they have to do? The thing that they have to do, like, yes, they need to draft the right guy at quarterback, right? They need their Drake May or their Josh Allen, like, whatever you prefer. Like, May's a little more current. It was only draft before last. They need that guy, but then they're going to need the rest of it, right? Drake May was not going to work with Gerard Mayo and a bunch of Belichick leftovers. They needed to, clean house, and even then, it takes a while. The Jets, front and center, there's the owner today. He's not changing. He's going to be in charge. So he's
blaming Fields.
That is ultimately going to limit who his new head coach handpicked, right? I mean, that's what happened.
Right. Fields ran on Detroit when he was the defensive coordinator in Detroit.
You
only so many options. But
Glenn was a very attractive candidate, right? Like, both of the Lions guys were expected to get jobs. So, they got their jobs. But I feel like the more they flail around, like, they need to kind of look Pagula had when he hired McDermott. He went looking for a guy like McDermott because Rex Ryan was a clown show. So he wanted strong faith-based leadership. It's something he even said at the news conference describing McDermott as introduction, right? So he was looking for a certain profile, and man, he nailed it. I mean, if he wasn't looking for that, maybe he would have landed on somebody else. I don't know. But They wanted like conservative process guy, and they got it, and the results speak for themselves. The Jets are going to have to find that guy first. In the pool, I think it's thinner all the time. With the more news conferences that Woody Johnson does, where he talks like he talked today, your name here, hotshot young coordinator, you're like, I don't really want the Jet job. Okay, nobody can win there. I'll wait. I'll wait till next year. And you can get burned, right? The Houston guy should have maybe taken a job 2 years ago. He didn't, and his star has fallen. So sometimes you got to jump, right? Ben Johnson waited, and that looks like it's going at least well enough early on here in Chicago. But man, the organization from the top down there. There's a problem. The owner, his kids, whatever it is, that'll go on as long as he's there, I think. I mean, we lived this life for a very long time.
Well, yes. And I know that Zach Wilson happened, but they're winless. They should be picking in the top 5, unless Taylor ruins it for them by being decent, which could happen. The Bills almost never did, right? They picked Darius in the top 5 the one year, but they were usually able to win 6 games.
Right.
And they never, they did eventually manual, but usually they would not pick a quarterback, right? Because they were a little bit too good. There was a little bit of hope with Fitzpatrick and the like over those years. So 2030, though. I'd have to, if you really want that action, I would give it to you. I'll even go to 29, and if 2030, 29 can be the deadline, just because I'm nice like that. If you wanted that, I'll give you that.
I'm down.
That the Jets will not make the playoffs until at least 2030.
Right. Okay. Yeah. We word that however we need to word it.
That's it right there.
Put an amount on it. I'm good with whatever.
Got to account for inflation, because by then, the soonest one of us will get this. Well, no, they could make it next year.
Right, you could win the bet.
The soonest you'll get the money is in 2030.
Right, so I need it to be $1,000 then.
Which will be worth $50.
That's about what a sheet pizza and 50 wings are probably going to cost by 2030.
I want my money in medals if I win. And I don't mean nickels, like that Nichols guy. I want gold or silver. I demand it. David is next. Hello.
Hey, guys. Wanted to make a couple of points. We keep talking about lack of weapons for Josh to throw to. We're hashing over Coleman and Kincaid and Shavers and all those guys. He's got a reliable tight end who's been with him for 7 years. His name is Dawson Knox. I think the guy is an excellent, excellent tight end, and he's getting 1 or 2 balls a game. I don't understand. When I watch the games and they show the view from the end zone, it looks to me like he's open a lot, and Josh is not even looking his way. And the other guy that they're not throwing to at all, who one of the big hypes about him when they drafted him was you can line him up as receiver or in the backfield, is James Cook. Why are we not throwing 10 balls a game to James Cook? I don't understand. I don't know what Brady's doing. And I have a big problem with Brady as far as, I'm not talking about trick plays, but he doesn't seem to be, the offense is not very imaginative. And right now, Josh, especially the last 2 games, but really the whole year, he looks like he's lost out there. Like he can't find a receiver. He doesn't know what to do. I don't know if that's like preparation in the film room with Brady, or he's drawing up bad plays or whatever. I'd like your opinion of why you think. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Josh. We all love Josh. I think he's great, but he hasn't been great the last few games, and I want to know what you think is going on there.
Well, I don't think it's because they don't throw to Knox more, or even Cook. I mean, 10 targets a game. Look up what that would be in the NFL. No, 10 targets a game would be like elite. And I think the easy answer is neither of those guys is good enough to command those kind of targets, even Cook. But this came up last week, and I'll capitulate a little bit on thinking that they maybe not only should but will throw to him. Well, they don't throw to him at all, really, right now.
Right.
So I think you might see some of that Sunday. Knox has never been – how you can tell Not that every coach is perfect, of course, but how you can tell if a player is good enough for a point like he needs to get the ball more with receivers and even tight ends. They earn their targets. And Knox has just never done, even in his big touchdown year, you heard me, if you listened back then, bet against him because, like, that's a fluke. And it was. PFF this year, for what it's worth, 50 tight ends graded, he's 45th in receiving grade. And that's not because Allen chooses not to throw to him when he's open. It's because he's not open. And he doesn't really play that role anyway. So, yeah, there's been some confusion on their offense. We all talk about separation or lack thereof. You had injuries last time. But I don't think they have to be that far away. Get those guys back. We'll find out tomorrow whether that's going to happen. You'd like to think it would after a week off. Kincaid and Samuel.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be hopeful, especially about Kincaid. And like that, I think, forget about, I'm not even, Knox is an afterthought to me. Kincaid's numbers extrapolated, like he's just not on the field enough, but when he is, their offense is at its very best, like among the best in the league. Like their expected points per play with him on the field is great. I think they got to walk a fine line there because of his health, but playing less than 50% of the time, I think, is something that should change. I don't want to go overboard on Cook catching the ball on Sunday, but if there's an alternate line for like 3.5 catches or something, I'd bang it on him on Sunday because I would expect that. Just like the questions are coming out here amongst the fan base and us and here, I think those questions would be asked internally. Like, especially if we're trying to beat a blitz, why did we not do why didn't we do this? Should we be doing this? He's the next most dangerous guy on the field outside of our quarterback. Let's get him the ball this way too. Like maybe, so predictable. We're running it when he's here. We're passing it when he's not. Not that they don't pass with him on the field, but it's the caller said it earlier this week. The him off the field is a pass play. Like you got to change that. So that doesn't involve him catching the ball necessarily, but that would be a new thing that they haven't done much of this year. I also don't want to become a team that just throws it to the running backs constantly. No. That's what the Chargers had been earlier in Herbert's career, and like, what are you doing here?
That's right.
So be careful, but having it as something else to have teams have to be ready for and prepared for, and who knows, maybe he houses one because, he's good in the open field. I mean, I'm all for it.
The one team that gets away with throwing the ball to the running back a lot is San Francisco. Like the one good team. You don't see the Chiefs do it. You don't see the Ravens do it. You don't see the Eagles even do it. Like Barkley didn't get balls really through the air. That's last year I'm thinking of. It's what bad teams do. So yeah, those are those are not low percentage. They're high percentage plays, but they're just low impact plays. Throwing the ball to the running back usually. And by the way, Knox, I mean, he does have value, and it's in blocking. And I mentioned PFF and where he ranks as a receiver, but run blocking, second in the league, pass blocking, top 10, and the Bills use him accordingly. They use him right, I think. Thanks for the call, David. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. Guess who? Trista Crick joining us. She's Trista. How many Tristas do you know? She's coming up at 6 with the
one and only.
One with the NBA season to start tonight. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here, WGR. 4-2. They play the Red Wings here tomorrow night.
No Patrick Kane tomorrow for Detroit. He's not even making the trip.
Okay.
A bunch of other guys will, though. They'll have a team. They're in first place, Detroit.
What I thought of last night's game, what I saw of it was pretty boring. Uniforms always look great together, though, those two. Sabres white, Montreal red. Love it. Uniforms. Thursday, it's Carolina at Colorado. And it's going to be Whalers Nordiques.
Yeah.
And they are going to do that again when they meet in Raleigh in January. It'll be Whalers Nordiques. You don't like this?
I still have not really rectified why I don't mind when the Clippers wear the Braves stuff. Maybe it's because it's so long ago now, but I mean, what are we talking about here? Colorado is 1995, right? And the Whalers are after that, but still, I hate it. I just hate it. I just think it's so brazen to the fans that loved those teams and lost those teams. Like you stole my team, and now you're wearing my stuff. No, that just should not happen. I do not like it.
Your ex gets away with your watch on her way out, and then you meet her out, and she's got her new boyfriend, and he's wearing the watch.
He's wearing my watch. That's my watch.
Why should I laugh at that?
Yeah.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Cruel.
Yeah.
Even. Well,
I really hate it. I love both of those. I mean, who doesn't love that Quebec? I love those uniforms.
Carolina's Hartford throwback is white, right? So Colorado's is blue.
Right. I imagine they'll be wearing a white version of
blue
it.
Versus white.
They've worn the green before. Carolina has worn all the green.
Would they go green versus blue?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
No, I would imagine you would. Yeah, I'll bet maybe they'll take turns.
I think the Avs only have the blue.
Okay.
I'm not sure, though. I think they only have the blue.
Then maybe they'll just wear the same blue versus white when they play in Carolina, too.
I bet, yeah.
Yeah.
What will Trista's Warriors be wearing tonight? NBA teams have a lot of different looks. Mm-hmm. Warriors, Lakers.
They certainly do.
Lakers in white. I don't know what to expect there.
NBC, back in the basketball business.
NBC, I had that theme song in my head all day today.
Did you watch there was a video that I saw of
it's one of my top 10 searched videos.
I gotta wait for it.
Is John Tesh, Red Rocks.
Thank you. All right. I think maybe he was on the Today Show playing it with a band with horns and everything, like a whole thing.
I saw that last night. I saw a big band John Tesh Round Ball Rock last night.
Okay, all right.
Credit to my wife for knowing the name of the song.
Yeah, I would admit that when I see it, I go, "Oh yeah, that's the name of that song." But I don't think if you asked me before I saw this tweet yesterday or today that I would have known the name of it.
If you're younger, does it register? Does it mean anything? Do you feel anything? If you're like Zach, would you even care about the NBC song, or is it that good that it's still good?
I think you have to have grown up with it to some extent. Oh, Zach, you tell us.
Oh no, it's iconic.
Yeah,
yeah, I love it.
So even though you didn't grow up with it, okay.
Yeah, the SNL sketch also
Sudeikis.
really helps. Yeah,
yeah. Because I know for a little while there was a time where like the Hockey Night in Canada theme it left the CBC and like TSN took it over. And then it just wasn't. You just didn't hear it that often. And then the first time I heard it again, it was just like the most magical thing that's ever happened is hearing this song. So I think this Round Ball Rock song is in that same category.
We got to get to a break here, I know, but I'm very particular about the Hockey Night in Canada theme. It's got to be just the one version of it for me. I don't need the electric guitars.
You're right.
It's got to be
the
like
original,
the 80s.
Yep.
Not even the original, because it goes way back.
Yeah.
But when I was watching it as a kid growing up, I need it to be exactly that. There's different versions of it,
right.
Many different twists on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's only one that counts for me. Now that you needed to know that. You need to know that I have only one version of that song that I like. So, Trista, on the start of the NBA season, we'll catch up with her after the update here on WGR.
Buffalo Bills off today. We'll get back to work tomorrow. It'll be the media day, and we'll get our first injury reports as well as the team gets ready to travel to Charlotte to take on the Carolina Panthers. If you did, though, miss the big news from yesterday, the team has opened up the 21-day practice window for rookie corner Maxwell Hairston. Hairston has been out since the early days of training camp after picking up an LCL sprain. Some other notes in the NFL. The Vikings, again, going with Carson Wentz at quarterback. They take on the Chargers for Thursday Night Football. And the Falcons have released former Bills wide receiver Ray McLeod. McLeod was sent home from the team facility last week and was a healthy scratch the last time the Falcons took the field against San Francisco. Over in the NHL, no Sabres game tonight. They are back in action tomorrow at home against Detroit. For more, though, on yesterday's loss to Montreal, Paul Hamilton does have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. But it is a much busier night tonight in the NHL. 10 games in total. Some of the notable action. Penguins hosting the Canucks and the Devils. They are in Toronto versus the Maple Leafs. Both those games get going just after 7. At 7:30, the Bruins host the Florida Panthers. And the big note for that game, it is Brad Marchand's return to Boston. Marchand played with the team from 2009 until he was traded to Florida in the middle of last year. And then just one game at 10, the Mammoth hosts the Colorado Avalanche. And then the NBA gets underway later on tonight. Just 2 games, though, on the schedule. The Thunder hosting the Rockets at 7:30. Then at 10, the Warriors. They are in Los Angeles to take on the Lakers. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Zach Jones for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Schopp.
Name any word in less than a second. I will tell you how many letters are in it. But I cannot do anything mechanically. I don't even know how to put a game together for 3-year-olds.
And the Bulldog.
Fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
Well, it was only a comment, not a tweet, but it may not have aged that well. I may now be going to the World Series. Actually, after all.
Look at you.
I was just sort of not messing with my friends, but just, sort of taking on the idea in the conversation. Like, maybe. I do say things like, I'd love to do that someday. It's an hour and a half away, and the matchup's amazing. The vibe is incredible, like, if it ever isn't at the World Series. Like, if the Jays were playing the Rockies or something, I think it probably would be about as cool. Maybe not.
No, I don't think it's cool. No. Brewers, Mariners. What?
Well, listen, perfect timing, because whenever it needs to be found out how cool something is, the right woman is on the phone. Trista Crick back with us, joining us now on the Western Hotline. Is going to a World Series game in Toronto just as cool no matter who they play?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Why not? And it doesn't really matter that hypothetical because you're going to go see Shohei Ohtani. So
there's
that's
that.
going to be really, really cool. It's going to be, you can see history. This guy, every time he steps out on a baseball field, seems to do something that we've never seen before. So.
Oh, I got him going 3 for 22 in this series.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't he kind of on his way to that before the masterpiece in Game 4? Like, he wasn't doing anything until they gave him the ball. that turned him on, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. It was a bit of a slump buster, that giving him the ball thing.
That apparently worked.
Yeah.
How are you, Trista?
Well, the weather is phenomenal. We have NBA games here on NBC for the first time since I was a child. I'm very excited about that. Been traveling a lot. It's phenomenal. It's great. The only thing is that my Audi's been in the shop for about a month, and I'm driving my mom's 2003 Dodge Neon. So if you hear it rattling, that's why. That's the sound of.
You mean you can't fix cars with all your handiwork in other areas?
Not yet.
Boy, a month. That is tough.
And the bumper is what we need, and it's on back order indefinitely from Germany. So we don't know how long the Neon is in play for.
Anyway, that's tough. So you're in Oregon at the moment?
I'm in Oregon at the moment.
Okay.
Just went to Connecticut last weekend, not like a couple days ago, but the weekend before that. Did fantasy football pregame with Matthew Berry. 2-hour show. I think I did pretty well.
Awesome.
I'll be back in November. So.
How much of an adjustment will it be for you to remember to go to NBC to find basketball games?
None. I've been stalking NBC since 2021 when I thought that they would get basketball. I was hoping that someone would lose their rights and there would be a wide open space for new talent to come in. And so strategically, I was sort of trying to get in bed with them since then, and somehow it worked a little bit.
You know, you asked that question. I don't even think it matters anymore. On my TV, it'll just I don't think it even cares what channel something's on. It'll just be like sports, and then there it'll be Rockets and somebody.
It's just I get into trouble looking sometimes for hockey games because there's NHL Network on my one streamer, and I get a couple of regional sports networks that carry games, including the Sabres games. But then if it's ESPN Plus, that's there, and that's a whole different app. And then sometimes there's an Amazon Prime game or something like. I often find myself looking at the schedule going, where's the only game I really want is the one that I can't find. Where is it? But I'm also old.
Yeah, that's true. You probably have cable as well.
No, I don't. I've been all streamed since the pandemic.
Believe it or not.
Yeah, I was on the front end of cord cutting, I would say.
Trista, I like you with Costos, and I know fun timing because you tweeted like 5 minutes ago a clip of the two of you talking about the AFC hierarchy.
Yes. I can't believe he said that. All it took is a few games of Shane Steichen and Daniel Jones looking competent and Jonathan Taylor running all over everybody and to besmirch the Buffalo Bills. I just couldn't let it stand.
Well, everyone here appreciates this. I've not seen this clip, but we know Nick is somewhat well known here for no coach and quarterback combo that didn't get to a Super Bowl within the first 5 years ever did. Like someone doesn't last long enough to have that happen after 5 years, and he has said that on our show, and he has said that numerous times. So, some pushback, I'm sure Bills fans appreciated.
Yeah, and he's very much hates Sean McDermott, which I feel like is a bit unwarranted. And I think no matter what, at the end of the day, this is a team this defense gets right. And the injuries are, guys are going to get healthy. Yes, maybe his point about your linebackers being a little undersized, maybe that's fair. But I think that what has been seen from the Bills year after year is regardless who's out there on the field, guys step up defensively when it matters. And I think you're starting slow. This is like a slow start to a season, and I think you're going to figure it out.
Well, I hope so. We talk about this every day pretty much, and for years they've had these 2-game losing streaks where kind of, I'm not sure, I don't want to say people panic necessarily, but what's, is this going to turn bad or are we fine? And Bulldog and I are different on this, Trista, with them, because I think like the defense is pretty much the whole story. I recognize some of their imperfections on offense, but I think it's like in terms of how the seasons end and, these games, I guess this last game was pretty much both. But I just feel like they're pretty vulnerable on defense. And I don't think of an Allen run offense as that. I just feel like they're more solid on that side. It's more important to be. So maybe like there's sort of a different standard offense versus defense. But that's how I look at it, and Chris is different.
Yeah, that's right.
I think you got to make a call to try to get Trey Hendrickson or something like that, and maybe things change. Getting pressure on a quarterback fixes a lot of other issues and on the back end.
Well, the reason I feel differently is because it's football, Trista. You know this. Everyone knows this who talks about the sport for a living. Like, everything can be true, right? So there's validity, certainly, to the defense failing them. But I lost games here scoring 20 points and 14 points. And I didn't lose by a lot. Like 23-20 and 24-14 are my scores. So what am I doing exactly that's so bad on defense, losing like that? My offense is what has cost me those 2 games. And furthermore, I think these seasons that have ended, the Bills have had the ball in their hands both times, the last 2 times against the Chiefs, with a chance to go ahead around the 2-minute warning or later with a touchdown and failed. So I know defense is not been great, and that's McDermott's calling card. I just think a lot of the rage about it and the blame that it takes all traces back to 13 seconds. He failed that test, and therefore everything else for some people is always going to be an F. And I don't know. I've got the ball with a minute and a half and a chance to beat Mahomes, and my guys got the ball. I'm expecting to win.
Yeah, and that 13 seconds game, that was just really a coin flip. You know, you just lost the coin flip. So,
well,
careful with that.
They I mean, do we need? I don't know if anyone in our audience needs to hear us relitigate all that.
They're 99%.
There's a kickoff that doesn't run any time off the clock, and really.
Okay.
All right, let's just stop.
Yeah, they totally blew that game, 100%.
Right.
With Trista Crick. Okay, so opening night, 2 games, Houston at Oklahoma City. How good can the defending champs be?
Oh, I mean, they could probably win 68 games this year. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they start flirting with, the record. That this is a team that I think top to bottom is really, really talented. The only thing that I think will maybe not hamper them to start the year is that Jalen Williams, who has been awesome and kind of been like the key number 2, even though a lot of people think that Chet's the number 2, he's out with he had wrist surgery in the offseason, so it's going to take him a little bit to get back into being able to play games. So I think that will bother them a little bit, and he's so versatile. He played center to start the year last year when Isaiah Hartenstein and Chet were both out with injury, and so you lose a guy that can do everything for you. But, yeah, this team with all of the depth that they have, with a coaching Mark Dagno and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, I think can still elevate to a new level. This is a team that should be favored to win the title for a reason. Although I still think that they're vulnerable to a couple of teams in the West.
All right.
How much of a step would you expect Chet Holmgren to take this year? I could not take my eyes off him during their run last year. And I just felt like defensively, he's just so tenacious. And I feel like with his body and his style on offense, like that there's more to come there on offense, I think.
Yeah, I think, and the thing that you want from him is consistency. And what we saw with him is sometimes he can disappear for long stretches of time, and sometimes he's an absolute wrecking ball and a force on both sides of the floor. So what you want from Chet is for him to take another leap to be the guy that if Shea doesn't have it going or if he's getting blitzed or trapped, that he can take over and be in the wake of Jalen Williams being injured, that next guy. But also in the postseason, he's got to do more. He had some great games and he had some real stinkers. So I think consistency is the thing that I want to see most from Chet, and I want to see consistency in his 3-point shooting as well.
What are a couple of your favorite futures, Trista?
I like Denver, man. I really like Denver. I thought I saw them at 6-1, shop around at the book. And this is a team that took Oklahoma City 7 games and probably should have won Game 5. And they melted in the sun. They were up double digits close to the end of the game. And Shea obviously turned it on, and there was a lot of stuff that went on during that game, but it probably shouldn't even gone to 7. And you add Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson is going to really transform how this offense looks in a great, unique way where there's going to be almost a difficulty solving them offensively. He's going to be able to, cut without the ball. He's an excellent passer. He's obviously a good 3-point shooter, good defender. But I think it's going to open things up for Jokic and a bunch of perimeter guys to get open looks. And then defensively, they're going to be better, and they're going to be deeper. You add Bruce Brown back into the mix. You get a backup center in Jonas Valanciunas. You end up getting Tim Hardaway Jr. as well to give you some bench scoring. This team's just a lot deeper. So I really like Denver. And then we were talking about leading scorer in the NBA futures market today on NBC, me and Drew Dinsick. And I think Luka's probably the best bet because his usage rate's going to be out of control. He obviously has his revenge body. But LeBron's going to be out until probably December. And so he's going to need to shoulder the scoring load in ways that Shea did when Chet was out most of the beginning of last season, where he was averaging 35, 36 per game until Chet came back. Then he ends up averaging, like 30 and a half or 32 and a half at the end of the year. So I think Luka at plus 295 is probably the best bet on the board there.
I really like that revenge body made it into the show today.
Oh, baby.
That is really good.
One last big one for you, Trista, before you go. Ottawa plus 110 on the money line tonight against Edmonton. Thoughts?
TK Pucks, we gotta get to the Stanley Cup before TK Pucks.
It's a long ways away.
You're hibernating.
It's a long ways away,
All right, Trista.
Well, no, I got one. What are you watching? I'm to the part of my year here where the basement bike is more in play because the weather's changing. I'm not golfing. I'm not riding a bike outside. So I'm 90 minutes to 2 hours a day in the basement. I just finished up Task on Mask.
Good, because I just started the first episode last night.
Dude, buckle up. It's so good. Yeah, slow burn. Don't get impatient. It's really good. Loved it. Have not, because Slow Horses is something that is moved over into Watch with My Wife territory, and we haven't found the time yet. Have you dived in on any of that yet, the new season of that?
I have. It's so good. Slow Horses is so good. I also started watching the latest season of The Diplomat with Kerry Russell.
Yes.
You guys know how good Kerry Russell is when she's in a political role, when she was
I didn't know the new season of that was out, so thank you for that. I'll get right to that. Yeah.
So I'm watching that. Only Murders in the Building, watching that, and just started Task. So those are your two tasks, are those two new series.
Right.
Only Murders is the only one I can contribute to here, having watched that. What I'm doing now is I found this movie podcast I like, and I'm sort of rewatching old movies while listening to commentary. So it's not there's no Kerry Russell. Or anything,
no, it's not.
But like The Verdict.
Boring.
The Verdict is one of my all-time favorite movies, and I watched that after listening to these podcasts are twice as long as the movies.
Right.
And sort of backstory, pre-production, actors who turned down the roles,
that actually sounds okay. You'd have to really be into a show or a movie in order to know that much about it.
Yeah, like The Natural. I told Bulldog a couple things about The Natural. They were kind of, good
what
trivia.
I watched, the show that's really good actually is The Rainmaker. It's a redo of the one with Matt Damon and Danny DeVito. And so if you've seen that movie, they made it into a series, which is a hotshot lawyer takes on an insurance company for a negligence case. Very, very good.
Tough this time of year with all the curling. There are 5 slams coming up in Halifax is the Olympic trials. That's going to be huge. And these are 4, 5, 6 day events. So 6, 7 day events, I should say. All right, Trista. Well, always a pleasure to reconnect with you.
Always. I'll talk to you guys soon. And also take Houston plus 6.5 tonight.
We're on the Rockets as a team. There it is. Thanks, Trista. New season in the NBA. That's a 7:40 game. So you have an hour and change to get that bet in on Houston. Is Durant on Houston now?
Yes.
He's got a list going of teams.
Yeah, he does.
We didn't get to Trista's Warriors.
Well,
they play tonight.
Had to get the TV stuff in.
That's right. Will you watch the Springsteen movie? Will you go to it?
I doubt I will go to it, but I will get around to watching it.
In a year?
Yeah, I mean, it's not oh God, I gotta watch this, but I'm sure at some point, once I get into the winter here and I'm cycling through shows and I hit a dry spot, I will definitely get there.
I might.
I don't even know. Is it only in theaters now? Is it streaming somewhere?
I think it starts Friday in theaters.
Okay.
That's when you do it. You do it on a Friday.
Yeah.
You always open on a Friday, I've learned.
Okay. Yeah, I doubt I'll go to the theater for that. But I'll watch it. I'm curious.
When it comes to you.
Yep. Everything does.
You have a thought on, I didn't ask you about the Ottawa game. McDavid hasn't scored a goal yet. Edmonton at Ottawa. He hasn't scored a goal yet, right?
I have not looked at their stat. I did not know if he is goalless. I like Edmonton tonight.
Minus 130.
Yeah.
You got to pay for it.
No,
you got to pay the tax.
Minus 1.5. What are they?
Plus something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I turned it off.
Okay. All right.
All these World Series
That's what
plans.
I'll do. It never wins, but, most hockey games are close.
You just need that empty netter.
Right. That's really what it is.
That is really what it is.
Yep. Plenty of these parlay nights, I'll be sweating some random team like, the goalie's pulled. Come on.
You probably have had one where because teams take the goalie out earlier. So you get the earlier empty net goal, like 2.5 left, and then the other team scores.
Right.
To cut the margin back to 1. That's a tough one.
That's the worst.
Not the worst was Steve Reed, the AP reporter in Charlotte. Far from it. He went to St. John Fisher, we learned in our conversation today. That's where I went to school, Old Fish State. We talked to Steve about the team he covers, the Carolina Panthers, and what the Bills and all of us should expect on Sunday. Is Carolina actually good at 4-3? Probably with their backup quarterback in this game. We'll see what Steve has to say about it when we return. Mike Schopp and the Bulldog here. This is WGR.